We have to start supporting ourselves. We have to add value to our content and our voices.
Hey, hey, haters gone, hate supporters done it. Hey, hey, hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Hey. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they done. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Hey, 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 hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Hey, 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 hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Hey. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, how they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, how they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Please don't hate on it. Please support on it, on it. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them ones that they dumb. Thumbs up, subscribe, cash app, $sign on box rhyme.
They don't like us, they don't like us. They don't like lookalikes, they don't like us. They don't like us, they don't like us. They don't like lookalikes, they don't like us. They don't like us, they don't like us. They don't like lookalikes, they don't like us. They don't like us, they don't like us. They don't like lookalikes, they don't like us. We the original, number one, uno. We're not alike, you know. All our like we made in the image, our likeness. Our image is righteous, our lineage is priceless. You can't buy or sell it, they tried it, they tried to sell it, they tried it. They not like us, they don't like us. They don't like lookalikes, they don't like us. They don't like us, they don't like us. They don't like lookalikes, they don't like us. They don't like us, they don't like us. They don't like lookalikes, they don't like us. They don't like us, they don't like us. They don't like lookalikes, they don't like us. They don't like lookalikes. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They don't like lookalikes. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They don't like lookalikes. They not like us. They don't like us. They don't like us. They don't like us. They don't like us. We the original, number one on the road. We're not out like you know. Y'all are all liars, like we're made in the image and likeness. Our image is righteous, our lineage is priceless. You can't buy or sell it. It's right. Can't ever sell it. It's right.
Hey, peace to the fam. Happy New Year. Okay, so you'll see a lot of Pan-Africans. They will pretend that people that come to our country that look like us and even grouped up in a racial category with us, they act like when they speak against us, our political views, our stance, economic views, everything, they act like that is light work. They will pretend like, hey, these voices don't mean nothing. One more time, we're talking about people who are grouped up in a racial category with us. All of those voices count when it comes to our political views, economic views, our concerns about racial justice. You dig? All those views count when they're in this racial category with us. So we got to make sure everybody is speaking to our agenda and our concerns and our solutions. Every thought, all of these voices that speak against us, they're all dangerous. All right. So don't let a Pan-African convince you that one or two voices, and we know it's way more than one and two, but even if they were one and two, it's important to drown those voices out, neutralize them immediately. Okay. So listen to our big brother break it down this way.
Man, those days are so far gone. Those days are over. You know, and allowing that is just historically dangerous. When people come to a country and you start demonizing and undermining the people who built it, you know, that creates social instability. And we got a right to protect our cultural and political position. Because, see, we were quiet about a lot of the disrespect coming from the African and Caribbean class. See, we've always checked the white supremacists, the anti-Black Asians, the anti-Black Latinos, the anti-Black Arabs. We've always checked that. But we were silent with these other people. We left them unchecked for the sake of unity. We didn't want to do no infighting with so-called other blacks and dude. But we realize that's dangerous to let people just come in and undermine and we just ain't gonna say nothing. No. We had to speak up. We had to push back. We had to stop that. Because that just completely undermines us, and that's like a form of genocide within itself. That's a form of ethnic genocide. So we had to say, hey, lineage protection, that's a human right. We're not gonna let anybody disrespect or undermine our lineage. And that includes other melanated people with woolly hair. Every ethnic group on the planet has a right to protect its culture, legacy, political interest, and foundational Black Americans insisting on the same universal rights. That's not division. And don't let nobody try to gaslight you. That's normal ethnic maintenance, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing the same shit other groups would do when it comes to their lineage. Yeah? And we ain't being used as scapegoats, none of that. It's going to be respect. And demand for respect is not division, it's balance. You know, we're insisting that people are going to show mutual respect. That's not divisive. People expect us to accept disrespect without a response. That's divisiveness. So people, you know, they're just upset because the whole parasite thing ain't working no more. We just ain't letting it happen. Thank you for the gift. Thank y'all for those beautiful gifts. All right, let me get some more folks in here. Hey, Teleprotector, hop on camera, man, because you keep asking to get on, man. Get on camera, bro. Get on camera, man. Get on camera. You keep wanting to get
Okay,
on, get
hold
on
on.
camera.
My bad, brother. Hold on.
There you go.
How you
Man,
gonna say I'm not
what the
FBA,
hell? This
fam?
nigga got a damn Drake mask.
How you gonna say I'm not FBA, fam? You know who
Man,
my tops is, fam.
this nigga went and bought
Come
a
say that in
damn Drake.
Canada, eh?
Dude,
Come say that in Canada right now, eh?
this fool bought a Drake mask. Dude, this is some light skinned shit as I've ever seen it. That's the light skinned shit I've ever. All right, man. Explain that to us. What your last name is. All right. Let me see. Top 38 great hour. Because I hate trying to bring a hand. Raise your hand if you're trying to get on. Somalian. We got Somalians in here. Hop on in. Have him back. Oh, Laydell. Ladell.
Hello?
What's up, Laydell?
What's going on, Flex?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm all good. With our delineation, Trump, he came out and said that, because Ilhan Omar came
All right,
out and
so
said that she's black. And Trump, he kind of said,
see, here's the thing with the black. That's why I'm taking black back, and I'm gonna talk about that later on today. I'm gonna also further to do Unc. I'm gonna further expose Unc as what he always been on the net for 20,000 years. A liar. You dig? A liar who think he'll be a celebrity one day. I'm gonna play Chief X video explaining how that will never happen. But I'm going to show you Unc. I mean, bro, he's caught on the internet line. All right. So I got one of his boys that popped on my channel and mistakenly told the truth. So I'm gonna play Unc lying on Sonetta TV when me and him spoke on there about how he didn't hold a position, and then I'm gonna have one of Unc's right hand men to explain Unc did take that position. Okay, so keep discrediting him because he discredits himself on the internet. All right. So yes, we're not gonna let nobody disrespect us, talk against our major talking points, our civil rights talking points, and we definitely not going to allow nobody that's categorized within the same race as us to do that, because these people voices, they literally speak for us. They speak for us in the racial category sense. We're called African American. They are called African American. So when they speak up in this country, they're speaking on behalf of African Americans. So if we're saying reparations and they're saying no, then the people that count the most, they can say, hey, all right, but look, you guys figure that shit out and come back to us. You feel me? They're like, yo, y'all even split on that. So these ops, these infiltrators, these tethers, yeah, we can't let none of their voices speak loud against us. We got to neutralize every last one of them. You see, Trump ain't letting a little old boat from Venezuela go to their destination. That's a little old boat. That little old boat ain't going to change the world. That little old boat ain't going to destroy America's economy and undermine Trump. Like, whatever. Trump ain't going to even let it get remotely close to that. So when he see those little old Venezuela boats, what are you going to do? Blow them out the water, or hop on it and take over that goddamn thing. Right. So nobody's letting nobody get away with nothing.
said, black people in America knows a scammer. So a lot of
Okay. So I reported him. Okay. I don't know what that's about. Africa is our holy land. Oh. Swati. All right, Swati, hop on in, man. Swati, hop on in, sir. Mr. Swati, the brother who said Africa is our, what's that? Africa is our promised land. Yeah, hop on up and explain that to us, sir. All right, I would like for you to hop on and explain that. All right. And let me see, let's get, who's this? Haitian somebody. Haitian somebody. I don't know what your last name is. All right. Let me see. Top 38 hours. Okay. Haitian somebody. Haitian somebody. Okay. Let's try this. Because I hate trying to bring people up and they ain't hopping up. Let's get, y'all raise your hands if you are trying to get on. Let's do it that way.
So I'm trying to look for a particular dialogue he had with a tether.
Liddell?
And Trump, he kind of said, black people, we know scammers, and we're not allowing these immigrants to lump us all in. That's all I really.
Flatbread singing because they're getting some food. Wawa Ray? Yo, Wawa Ray? Okay, he got his ass out of here. Rodrigo.
Welcome to TikTok.
Uh-oh. Not Rodrigo. Uh-oh. We got Rodrigo. You got to get on camera, Rodrigo. We got to see what Rodrigo look like.
I would never get on camera.
Get your ass on camera. No. Get your ass on camera, Rodrigo.
If I get on camera, everybody can see what I look like.
Right. That's right. And we'll see if you are fed or not. We're going to recognize if you're fed. Hop on camera, Rodrigo. You got to get on
For safety purposes, I think I'll decline. I'll come up when you go to Twitter Spaces. I'll come back.
No, you get your ass on camera so we can see the he got off. Yeah, you cannot. I ain't letting Bush meet up here without getting on camera, and Rodrigo. You got to get your ass on camera. That's Rodrigo. He's a Latino wannabe tether. He always tries to pretend he's FBA. He's clearly like a Dominican or a damn Puerto Rican. Yeah. So, yeah.
Wow. And well, if that's the standard, if the standard is they got to get on camera first, and then, shit, you ain't going to catch none of those tethers on Tariq's show. All right, hold on. Okay, so let's go over some things, right? So you got some trolls out there who want to put us as their subject, their topic, and they're like hell bent on changing the narrative, and misrepresenting us, trying to discredit us, trying to defame us. All right. So that makes me go even harder. So that's another resolution. I'm going to go harder with debunking the misrepresentation about us from other channels. But what I'm not going to do anymore is share their videos, right? Or their channel. So this thumbnail will be up as I play from their channels. No more free promotion. All right. So okay. So I was on Sinetta TV. I had just disclosed a conversation me and Unc had on my channel about the slave trade. I know a lot of Pan-Africans like to use terminology when it comes to the African slave trade. They like to say, Foundation of Black Americans, we were took, kidnapped. All these fancy terms that don't show African involvement, right? In that taking, in that kidnapping. Okay. And that's a slick way to imply the white man came over there and took us. So in that discussion, I played the video and I played the whole entire dialogue on Sinetta TV. And you clearly heard this guy deny Africa's involvement. And he said the Dutch, the Portuguese were involved in the slave ratings that led to 10 to 15 million of us in the diaspora, right? Enslaved, okay? So after I played the whole video, that clearly showed him taking that position, that Africans were not involved at all. And as you know, on this channel, that's not uncommon from Pan-Africans and tethers. A lot of them like to deny their role entirely or minimize that role. Even Tether News was on here pretending Africa's role wasn't larger than European role. European really had little to no role of selling Africans to Europeans. Anyway, the proper perspective, that retard was over here. I'm trying to be nice in the language. That unwise guy was over here. Same thing. Okay. Shah's son, same thing. Couldn't admit the obvious. This is historically recorded, and now all of a sudden semantics. So after I played that video exposing how unwise Unc is, right, and deceptive and disingenuous, this was his response to the video I just disclosed of him acting like Africans had no part in, or little to no part in, the slave trade. He was trying to put it all on the Dutch and the Portuguese or the white man altogether. Again, I exposed him with our conversation. This is his clapback on Sanetta.
So first of all, we was having a conversation. I popped up on his channel cordially. We had a conversation. He whips out a source, right? He puts too much on the Wikipedia source. First,
now, by the way, everybody watched the video play. They heard it. He said, push too much on it. How? I just went to the first. I mean, Africa large involvement in the slave trade and slave raids are so commonly known. All right, when it comes to history, U.S. history, you could just Google anywhere. Wikipedia, Britannica, Google AI, like anywhere is going to show that Africans were largely responsible for kidnapping and selling us to Europeans. That's not putting too much on something. That's going with the first credible source I see. This is not deep information here.
Of all, put way too much on it. So no one's denying that different groups in Africa, different nations and cities and clans, right, actually raided other people. They did that.
Okay, you heard that. Now that's on Sanetta TV. He said nobody's denying that. On the video I showed, he clearly denied it. Now watch his man's. Look what his man say about Unc's position on the transatlantic slave trade. Let's see if he was not denying it. Listen to Sheffrin. Yeah, but that's it. But y'all channel is based on that though. So you expect a channel that's birthed by that to do that. But other channels that are just trying to keep the peace, like, hey, you know, all right, whatever you get into, that's what you into. And but
so
there's a greater goal.
Familiar, right? But you might not be familiar. Man, Unc beat for 3 months over African slavery. And
hold on. Now, Unc said on Sanetta TV, nobody's denying that. His man said him and Unc beef for 3 months on African slavery. What else?
Slave trade. We beat for like 3 months. You might not be familiar. Man, Unc beat for 3 months over African slavery and the slave trade. We beat for like 3 months.
What? Yo, just give me a quick rundown. Like, what could possibly be the beef on that? Like, this is, I do think that's common history.
They were trying to say that Africans did not practice slavery.
Uh-oh. He said, this is Unc's right-hand man. He said Unc was saying that Africans did not practice slavery. That's on my channel. But look what Unc said on Sanetta again, Sanetta TV. I mean, but listen, you're done, Unc. No credibility, bro. You're just a liar. Watch this.
Put way too much. So no one's denying that different groups in Africa, different nations and cities and clans, right, actually raided other people. They did that.
He said nobody's denying that, but his man, that we were just on a 3-way phone call, me, his man, and ex-architect, we on a 4-way phone call like less than a week ago, right? So that's his man's. Look what he said again. He said they were beefing 3 months of Unc denying just what he lied about. He was denying it for 3 months. And but
so
there's a greater goal.
Familiar, right? But you might not be familiar. Man, Unc beat for 3 months over African slavery and the slave trade. We beat for like 3 months.
What? Yo, just give me a quick rundown. Like, what could possibly be the beef on that? Like, this is, now I wanted to know the position Unc took. That was a slick way of not trying to frame it, but just be, hey man, just give me the honest truth. What was Unc's position on that 3-month argument? Listen to this. You think that's common history?
They were trying to say that Africans did not practice slavery.
Africans did not practice slavery. So, which is it, man? On my channel, you said they didn't practice it. You said the Dutch, the Portuguese. I brought that on Sonetta. I played it. I exposed you. You came back and lied when we just heard it. Yeah, that's the weird thing. This is why it's important to go on neutral platforms with a smart audience like mine. Everybody on Sonetta heard the audio, heard this guy deny it, where we had to pull up wiki sources on it. He then comes back and his rebuttal was, oh, I'm not denying that. Everybody knows Africans sold Africans. Then his mans come over here months after that and said, no, hell no. Unc was arguing with him for 3 months saying Africans had no involvement in the slave trade. That's the guy who's saying scientific literacy every 3 seconds. That's the guy saying pseudo every second. That's the guy who throw around the term loosely scamming. If that's not scamming right there, I don't know what is. One breath, he says Africans had no involvement. 2 breaths, actually. He said it to me. He said it to Chef. I played the audio. I played the video. He gets on Sonetta TV and lie and say that was never his position. He would never deny that. But his mans said Unc was denying it for 3 months. 3 months before he did the audio with me. Yeah, the internet, man, the internet is real, man. You can't just say what you want to say. There's something called accountability. The internet does not forget. That's accountability. All right. So one more time, without any interruptions.
Nations and cities on it. The Wikipedia source, right? He puts too much on the Wikipedia source. First of all, put way too much on it. So no one's denying that different groups in Africa, different nations and cities and clans, right, actually raided other people. They did that. They was doing that before colonial powers came in.
In the slave trade. We beat for like 3 months. You might not be familiar.
Like, hey, you know, all right, whatever you get into, that's what you into. And but
so
there's a greater goal.
Familiar, right? But you might not be familiar. Me and Unc beat for 3 months over African slavery and the slave trade. We beat for like 3 months.
What? Yo, just give me a quick rundown. Like, what could possibly be the beef on that? Like, this is, I do think that's common history.
They were trying to say that Africans did not practice slavery. You dig
so
what I'm saying?
The homies are fake. Queen of Zinga, all these guys never existed.
Exactamundo. So we differed on that big time. You know, half of the stuff that you argue about Africans selling us to the European, we went through all of that. They fought me down tooth and nail. So only beef that I had.
So basically he took my position and Unc fought him down tooth and nail that the homie, Queen of Zinga, all these documented evidences did not exist. The white man is lying. This is a guy who claims he's so scientific literate, right? He deals with science. He deals with historians. Yo, what historian will deny that history? And he said Unc fought him tooth and nail on that for 3 months. Then after 3 months, he talked about it with me, get cooked with a wiki source. Then he wants to call me out on Sonetta TV. I go over there. I showed the same video, like, yo, this is your man. Then Unc come behind me and say what you just heard. Say what you just heard. Oh, nah, everybody knows African involvement in the slave trade. We ain't gonna deny that. That's historical. Matter of fact, they were doing it pre-Columbus, whatever he was saying. And his man, come on, Unc. Which Unc are you, bro? What's up, bro? Are you sober when you have these conversations, man? What's going on? You ain't getting enough sleep at home? Like, what's going on, bro? But that's called an expose. So that right there will be part of my intro. Plus this right here. Plus this. Come on now. Come on.
George Floyd's toxicology report. Brother Ankh, message to you. You gotta stop clout chasing. You've been doing this shit for several decades. You will never become a conscious community celebrity. It's not in the cards. You will never be the next Dr. Ben or John Henry Clark. It's not in the cards. Black folk don't give a fuck about history at all. All this clout chasing you're doing, putting FBA in the title, your last 15 videos have FBA in the titles. What's going on with you, Brother Ankh, is you're jealous of unbiased sports. Or what does he call his channel now? FBA some old bullshit. He's on some bullshit right now. And here you is clout chasing. What's going on with you, Brother Ankh, is you're jealous. What is it? You know what? Fuck it. FBA Ron, unbiased sports, whatever you want to label this channel, is getting more views than you, and you've been around for fucking 50 years. And you're jealous about it. So you put an FBA in your title every 15 videos to clout chase. Stop, Ankh. Let it go. You will never be a conscious community celebrity.
Yeah, that's it, brother. And especially running with the scientific literate chant. Complete, like what type of scientific literate person will deny the African slave trade and then when exposed, act like they never said that on a panel? And you had to see his little body language as he was like denying he ever took that position. So family, listen, man, let this be a lesson. You can't find yourself saying one thing on your platform that's ahistorical, and then go on somebody else's platform and then pretend that never happened only because you're speaking to a new audience who never heard that. That lie, that deception only could last but for so long. Eventually there will be somebody named Unbiased Ron to hear that and play it before the people and expose you. That's embarrassing. And that is a reason why you won't be a YouTube celebrity. It's not that you can't be one. Is that you can't be one because you're holding a contradictory stance. You're at one end of the stance saying you're pro scientific literacy, you're pro accountability, you're pro correct information, you dig integrity. And then we got you on the hotline lying. That's why. Will the real Ankh stand up? Okay. So now remember, he said that he's clout chasing. He's putting FBA in all his titles like everybody else. So we're gonna talk about some of the stuff he talks about FBA on his channel. Let's start right here.
Feel like getting it in. Yeah, I've been banging on the FBA for a minute because they earned it. I was talking to a guy that I thought, at least the way he fought and howled and screamed at me, right? Felt like that he wouldn't be, hanging around pseudo-wisdoms, but I see.
Okay, so the person he's talking about ex-architect who've been on, I've been showing videos of cooking stinky peas and Sean Bay, that guy, right? He's talking about him. So Ankh is a cult leader that has a cult, right? His cult are the pseudo killers, right? He's the leader, right? So look at any videos with him and them. He's the main voice. Everybody gotta shut up when he talks. He's the complete leader, always been. So he thought that he can convince ex-architect that he's not FBA, he's actually Pan-African, and everything about FBA doesn't make sense. Okay, that's what he thought he was doing. He thought he's going to use his cult magic to deceive his brother. Like a cult leader, a little pushback, he got offended and I ain't got these harsh choices of words towards him. Check this out.
Yes.
And by the way, I was on two of those calls. I was on two of those calls where he spoke to ex-architect. I was present. And we were given sound points, and the dude, he's either pretending not to understand what we're saying, or he just don't understand what we're saying. But that's not going to go well over for a guy who's supposed to be scientific literate. When you say you're scientific literate, you need to know what you're saying. You're saying that your understanding is through the roof. You're saying your reasoning, your logical stance is through the roof. You can understand simple illustrations, simple expressions about delineation, reparations, and self-identification. That should be easy to a person who's scientific illiterate. Scientific literate, excuse me. That should be easy for a person who's scientific literate. But we're talking to him and it's just going over his head. He's over talking us. And by the way, he didn't want to record any phone call. He wants to keep private phone calls private. It's like, bro, if you're speaking the truth, and by the way, in those private phone calls, he's pretending that we're like dumb. So it's like, well, why not just record it? Right? You could put your copy on your channel so they can hear the conversation, and I could put the channel, the topic, the audio on my channel so they can hear the conversation. Let the people decide who's not getting it. No. We ain't gonna record it. They don't want to record none of the conversations, family. None of them. What's that a sign of? Like, come on. Who's a scammer that don't want to be heard by the public? Want to keep everything private and creepy? No. Everything in the dark must come to the light. Let's record the private conversations and expose them publicly. Now, why don't he talk to us live? Okay, we were on a private phone call about this. And every time he come over there, he bring one of his henchmen. Dude, why not just talk about it live now? Okay, we talked about it private 2, 3, 4 times. Let's talk about it live now. Why does he avoid the live conversation? If we're so wrong, if FBA is just terrible and a terrible idea, why is the dude ashamed to have a public conversation before the people? We could do a dual live stream. He can, like he does on Sideddy, he can share it from his audience, share it for his audience, and I can share it for mine. But the dude doesn't want to talk about it because we're cooking him left and right. It's just wild. And we don't do no secret records, right? If somebody say they don't want it being recorded, then guess what? We're not going to record it. Because, you can't secretly record anything. Some states, one party state, but still, even with that, like when you start secretly recording, your integrity drops. So you don't want to be recorded, fine. Right. But I refuse to have any more private conversations. Everything got to be public.
Real tough, like. Man, y'all heard me going back and forth with, I call him Double X. His name is Double X Architect, the young dude, man. Y'all remember him, man? Yeah.
All right, so everybody like the video, 80 people watching, 50 likes. It's not good. Go ahead and like the video so we get more family in here. I haven't been on y'all lately, but yeah, start liking the video. Let's get back to that. Get the family back in here. Yeah. So the cult leader couldn't convince ex-architect that he's not FBA, but rather a generic African American.
Yeah, man. I had a good conversation with him. He did the normal cutoff taxes on a regular basis, but what I told him was, yo, how you find yourself in the internet cult, yo. Whole bunch of people hollering, screaming what they think.
Now, by the way, the only internet cult is his brand. They always ever been. Amin Ra Squad, Pseudo Killers, Comedian Skeptics. He's always had a cult. There's no cult over here because we have different thoughts that come over here. We have Lex Vortex. We don't believe exactly the same. We got but we're on the same time frame. We got myself and FBA Sanchez. He's a flat earther. I'm not into that. But guess what? We're on code though. That's the evidence of not being a cult. A cult, you have to believe everything the same. You got to believe everything the same in order to get along. So what he has is a bunch of yes men and yes women. Nobody on his panel is allowed to be something other than what he thinks is the right thing. That's a cult.
Think they know and don't know. Funny to me, man. Crazy work, man. And we was asking the
Now,
question.
okay, before you do that, we were asking him questions, family. He doesn't know basic information. We're asking his henchmen simple questions, and they act like they can't get it. So he's like, yo, can we make this public? Because we think y'all playing with us, bro. We're asking y'all simple questions about ethnogenesis, about racial categories, ethnonyms, and y'all are either pretending you don't know or you just don't know. But either way, if you don't know, then stop having this conversation. You're not qualified. Go understand it first and then hop on this damn call.
Was asking a question about what the definition was for FBA. So we're going to start off.
Yeah, let's start off with that. Okay, this dude does not know what a definition is. And this is embarrassing. I'm actually embarrassed for him. So give me a second to go to the FBA website. Okay. This is embarrassing that the dude doesn't know what a definition is. Let me go to Tariq Nasheed FBA website. Excuse me. Okay. This is so embarrassing that we got to do this. And this is what happened on the phone. We're reading the definition. Everybody understands it to be the definition. And then later on in the phone call, he'll act like we never read the definition. All right. There we go. Okay. Here we are. When you come to the website this is one of many, many websites that speak on FBA. Okay. So it says welcome. It says Foundation Black Americans. It says Unbiased Ron, Cash App, you dig? Donate, charity. It says welcome to the Foundational Black Americans cultural site. It says FBA history. All right, watch this. It says Foundational Black Americans, FBA. This is the definition. R, is. So you can't say is because this is a plural term here. So you got to use a plural verb. Now, this was singular, it'll say is. But if you know in grammar, if I say she is a doctor, that is means equal to. That means she is equal to a doctor. See, it's hard to have these conversations with people who don't understand basic English grammar. Is, when you say something is something, that is equal to, and that's also a definition. So foundational Black Americans are, this is the definition, they are the proud descendants of the Black men and women who endured and survived one of the greatest atrocities in human history. So look. They are descendants of men and women who survived something. It's American slavery. So watch this. So that short definition tells you that Foundational Black Americans are living descendants of men and women who went through American slavery. That's a definition. These resilient. So now he's speaking. Now look, he goes on to speak about these descendants from people who survived or went through American slavery. He says these resilient ancestors built the United States from the ground up, laying the foundation for the nation's economic, political, and cultural development. However, the rich history of FBA did not begin in 1619 with the arrival of enslaved Black people in Virginia. It began nearly a century earlier. Okay. So we have the definition of a foundation Black American. Proud, at least from Tariq Nasheed's website, proud descendants of the Black men and women who endured and survived American slavery. That's the definition. I don't see anything about 3 stars. I don't see anything about other things that's on the website. A website can have many things, and this website did. And amongst those many things, this website has a precise definition of who's FBA. This is it. So now if you add something to this definition that's on the website, you're wrong and you're being deceptive. If it's not in the definition, then it's separate from the definition. This definition stands alone. It doesn't need help. It's by itself. Okay? So now, well, we got that out the way. 1 second. That's why, for me, this is just easy. You know what I mean? But I'm one of the ones. You dig? Anybody debate me is just dumb. Okay, hold on. So let me see something. Okay. All right. So we have the definition. I don't know what he's going to read. Okay, okay. All right. So now let's go on. He's going to read supposedly the same definition.
With that, what's the definition for FBA? Right? Do y'all agree with the definition of FBA? Then we're going to figure out the people that claim to agree with the definition of FBA. We need to figure out what people fit that definition.
Yeah, well, okay. You heard this guy? He said, he just admitted that's a separate argument. The definition is a definition. Now, whether you fit it or not, that's a personal problem. You have many tethers who believe they can call themselves Foundation Black American. And then you know how we do? We say, really, you think you're foundational to this country? You think you're a Black American? What do we do, family? We hold the definition to them, like a mirror reflective or like a mirror reflection. And we say, do you think you fit this definition? So family, so he just admitted everything starts at the definition. The other people, that's secondary. You either fit the definition or you don't. I can't believe he actually said that.
The people that claim to agree with the definition of FBA.
Okay, so those people can be Italians, South Africans, they could be the white South Africans, they could be people from the Caribbean, they could be people. So those people can be anybody. They can be anybody. And that's why we have the definition there as a filtering system, as an automated filtering system. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but this filtering system, this definition of FBA, of ADOS, of U.S. descendants, or people who descend from freedmen, U.S. freedmen, is a natural automated filtering system. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but if you don't fit this definition, you're out. I don't know how this is even a big deal.
Yeah, we need to figure out what people fit that definition. My man, ex-architect, he couldn't quite figure that out. He argued me.
Okay, so now he's lying. Now look, you see this? This what happens when it was Unc who said he didn't want the phone call recorded. So now, when you don't have a phone call recorded and you're supposedly disclosing a private conversation to the public, that is literally can be seen as defamation. It's like, and especially if you're not willing to talk to people publicly, it's like, wait a minute. No, we clearly, the definition, oh my God, the definition tells you who's part of the FBA. Look, descendants of Black women and men who endured and survived human slavery. Matter of fact, how can I do this? I want to write this definition. So the definition defines itself. If you descend from Black men and women who endured and survived American slavery, you are FBA, according to this website. All right. For me, that's the start of the conversation. You're not FBA just yet. That's the start of the conversation. No website is the end all be all, but we all agree on this definition though. This is the start of the conversation. So what he does is he goes out there and misrepresent X the architect. Matter of fact, let me call him up to see if he can defend himself. Okay. But this is what happens when you don't want the phone call public. You want to keep it private and then come on your podcast and talk about the conversation and then defame somebody and play it down like people just don't get it. That is very disingenuous.
Yeah, he was flim-flam, and he did that. And I know he's not here to protect himself, but he can go over there on Unbiased and say what he need to say.
Wait, but why he gotta do that? Why he can't face the person who's making the claim? Like, but he already faced you on you see that, family? Was that some slick talk? Hey, I'm the one who said don't make the phone call public, don't record it. Just so I could talk about it and possibly misrepresent the guy, defame him. And then what he got to do is go on a whole separate podcast to explain what he actually said. Yeah, but the problem is, see how scammers think? The problem is your audience only have your side. You're telling him to defend himself on a whole different podcast who never heard you say this. Your family, you're looking at the making of scamming.
But there was a definition that we read about what FBA was. And I agree on that definition. Where the disagreement came in.
Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, he's giving me clips. Let me clip this. Family, I'm never this sloppy. When I make arguments, they are very neat and organized. This guy said he agreed with the definition. Oh, God.
Is go over there on Unbiased and say what he need to say. But there was a definition that we read about what FBA was. And I agree on that definition. Where the disagreement came.
So he agrees on the definition. Brother, that's all that matters to us. The rest of the website, we take with a grain of salt because everything else can be worked on, right? So whatever Tariq Nasheed believes outside the definition, we keep saying that's a personal stance. It's not required for us as FBAs to agree with everything on the website outside of the definition. The definition is non-debatable, but everything else, it might be debatable. So what he tries to do is find something on the website that we might not necessarily agree with, and then make that the argument. Like kind of like what Tether Dream did last night on the New Year's FBA live stream last night.
Came in is then what group of people fit that definition? So you can have a definition defines what something is. And then you got to find out, well, what is that something that adheres to that definition? He ain't want me to say it. So he asked 1,000 questions like in Iwapi, and it was funny to me. Funny to me, man. But big up to the chat, man. Wait till we get some people in here before we get started, man. Let me get that first definition of what the FBA is. Yeah. And then we want to figure out, well, what God do you believe in? It's funny to me. Let me get you that Blue Letter Bible too while we at it. We'll mix and match them today. Let me get you the Blue Letter Bible. Blue Letter Bible. And we want to figure out what the hell is this talking about right here, yo. That's what we doing today. We doing it. Yeah, funny. Very interesting, yo. This whole thing. the NIV? No, King James Version, right? King James Version. Mm-hmm. Man, that's it to get the people up in here, man. And we're going to keep it in order, man. Let's get this thing going, man. Let's get it going. Get it solid. Man, we all that, man. Let me drop the links, man. Get it going. Get the people up in here. We don't want to start too early. Man, make sure y'all, without a shadow of a doubt, man. Without a shadow of a doubt, make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, man, make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe to the channel, man. We trying to get 10,000 subscribers, man. It's a long way back, man. Man, we had over 100,000 subscribers, boy. Grind, yo, man. And might not like the music I play. You fan? Black American. Dun, 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 dun. Just want to get a regular definition. What is the regular definition? Let me read the definition to y'all, man. All right. While we're getting into it, I think we can all agree to the definition. The definition say the foundational Black American, FBA, refers to Black people in the U.S. with direct lineage from American slavery, distinct from Black immigrants, emphasizing shared historical experiences like systematic inequality. With the concept promoted by the ADOS movement, the center this specific lineage in identity and political discussion, advocating for separate census, recognition, and addressing unique community needs, contrasting with the broader Black identity discussion. So I think we can agree with the refer to Black people in the U.S. with direct lineage from African American slavery, distinct from immigrants, emphasizing shared historical experiences like systematic inequality. We can agree to that, right? Mm-hmm. That's one definition, right? Now, let's look up who African Americans are. We're going to do it just like this. We got to do the 1, 2, 3 around here. African Americans. Let's see who they are. All right. Mm-hmm. Who is an African American? Mm-hmm. I just want to use a dictionary. I want to use Merriam-Webster Dictionary. Merriam. Merriam. Okay. Who is a daggone African American? Let's see. African American. An African American, and especially of Black African descent, often specifically a direct descendant of Africans who were enslaved in the U.S. or in any area that became part of the USA. So it sounds like to me that the FBA are really African Americans, don't it? No matter how you twist it and turn it, FBA and an African American are going to be descendants of slaves. Am I correct in that? There should be no doubt about that. And then you would add, well, what is the ethnogenesis? Would definitely add that part to it now, wouldn't you? Yes, you would. You would have to add that part.
Okay. Now this guy is saying you gotta add a part. Hold on. Okay, so earlier he pretended to know what a definition is and what it does. Then he comes back and say you have to add something to the definition. Family, definitions are definitive. That means there's no adding. It is what it is. If you go to define a catch, okay? So we're here defining a catch. This is the definition. A small, domesticated, carnivorous mammal with soft fur, a short snout, and retractable claws. It is widely kept as a pet or for catching mice, and many breeds have been developed. That's it. That's the definition. You don't then say, hey, let me get that definition again, and then you add something after this period and say it's part of the definition. No, you're grammatically wrong. Once this period ends in a definition, that's the definition. What you're adding is you're explaining now, or you're giving a hypothesis. Whatever you're doing, it's an addition to the already set definition. So again, like this guy makes the most craziest points. But he's supposed to be scientific literate, which is supposed to mean you're highly intelligent. You know how to communicate. You know how to understand. You can follow logic and grammar. This should not be a big hiccup for anybody who claims to be scientific literate. Okay. So he starts off by saying an internet cult. FB is an internet cult with a charismatic leader, right? He's gonna say that over and over and over. But calling us a cult is a dodge. It's actually a dodge. Because he cannot beat the definition with logic. Okay, so he attacked us with labels. This is what happens when you can't defeat our arguments. You go to name calling like a little kid. It's a cult leader, fine, whatever. But can you defeat our arguments? He can't. He had to concede. He agreed with the definition of FBA. But then he comes back and say you got to add to it. It's like, then you don't agree with it. How do you agree with a definition and then say you got to add to it? That is evidence that you don't agree. Double talking once again. Hey, peace. We got a super chat in the building. The lineage love is on fleek. Let me shout you out. We got Lanita Goings. Lanita Goings with the super chat. Lineage love says, all right, my home dirt. Everyone stay up. Yeah, respect to you. Happy New Year's to everybody. We have another super chat from Alexis Berry, $2. Lineage love. Happy New Year, chat. Peace and blessings. I appreciate the lineage love. Super chats are on deck. So happy New Year to the entire chat. Make sure y'all liking the video. When I reset this browser, I should see 80 likes for 80 live viewers, right? This is a live public expose. So they keep making videos and I keep knocking them out the park over and over and over and over. Peace to y'all. All right, so check this out.
And so tonight we're going to figure out who fits.
Okay, well, we don't need to figure out who fits the definition. The definition already tells you who fits. Those who are born of men and women, black men and women, who underwent slavery in the United States of America, the living descendants. The definition already covered who fits and who don't. So now it's every individual job to make sure that their lineage ties them to U.S. chattel slavery one way or another. And then it's speaking to you. It doesn't matter if you came from a UFO. It doesn't matter if a bunch of gorillas raised you in the Amazon of Brazil or somewhere. If you experience U.S. chattel slavery, you're part of that unique ethnogenesis in this country, you are FBA. The definition explained it. If Tarzan got descendants from U.S. chattel slavery, then Tarzan is an FBA. If ET have descendants, I'm sorry, if ET is a descendant and have ancestors who underwent U.S. chattel slavery, then ET is FBA. Okay. So what they want to do is they want to find an individual to attack, right? Because none of them can beat FBA. Nobody, Chief X, nobody, Brother Reggie, nobody can beat FBA. So what they do is they do a tactic called poison the well. Okay, they want to poison the well. So before they even introduce the argument or the rebuttal to our argument, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna make sure that the audience don't get a chance to evaluate the argument. They're gonna load the chat with cult, say call us cult, call us pseudo, internet goofies. We got a charismatic leader. All right, so they do that. They preface with that. So everything sounds dirty by association, right? So this is a cult leader. They're internet fools. Now let me present their argument. So automatically you got a tainted view of the audience. He already tainted his own audience to the evidence that he's going to bring forth. Okay. Uh so that is called poisoning the well. Okay. Now, instead of just cordially, calmly dealing with our claim, and an ethnonym can be used by many people regardless of who popularized it. That is our claim. Our claim is an ethnonym can be used by many people regardless of who popularized it. Okay, but he's trying to make us feel like a fan club, a cult group, not a community label, not an ethnic label. That is so they got to find one person to represent all of us, give us a leader. And then if they do is they kick dirt on the leader or misrepresent the leader, quote unquote leader. They defame the hand-picked leader they chose. And they say all this dirt and defamation we put on this single individual, he is a reflection of everybody of his lineage. That is called the poison the well tactic. It's a horrible, horrible, disingenuous debate tactic. Okay. So we got another super chat. Thank you. Not easily fooled. You got 92 likes. That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we got a super chat in the building. First class citizen. Let me like it and give it a heart. He said, Brother Ron, have you seen what I believe is a new platform called Black Power Media, which consists of panty members, which coincidentally debuts after this FBA Renaissance. Interesting timing. I've seen I guess all old timers. Yeah, so people whining about us is that's nothing. That's confirmation that we're doing the right thing. You got people who, if I go into one of these chats and just say hello, happy New Year's, you have the whole chat going against me. That means I'm doing something great. Like my voice is getting out there, right? I'm helping signal boost the message. Where FBA, we ain't going nowhere. All right. Where FBA dies, really, we're foundational Black American descendants of slavery. Same thing. Right? All Tariq Nasheed did was put the F there for respect and clarity. So instead of Black American, foundational Black American. So not any old Black American, because America has let other people hijack Black American. So we're not speaking to any recent immigrants as Black Americans. We got the F there to be very specific and very exclusive. Okay. Then we Yvette, what she did was she put the A in front of DOS. We got descendants of slaves, descendants of slavery, but that's all throughout the diaspora. So the A, American, was the same way, exclude foreigners. That's all it did. DOS was already an ongoing terminology to define us separate from recent immigrants. And Black American was our term that got hijacked in the like almost 2000s by immigrants. And Tariq just put the F there to say, no, we're speaking directly about and to a lineage that can trace themselves back to U.S. chattel slavery. It's real easy. It's real easy to get. So people pretend. But that's why we put the link in the chat for anybody who got legitimate concerns and questions about what we're saying. The link is right there. And if anybody who just wanted to challenge what we're saying, the link is there. Both ways. Okay. So let's listen to some more of this foolishness.
the qualifications of being a FBA based off that. And
So you know what? So let's go here. Let's go here. So here's the problem with his tactics that he believes are smart, right? So he believes these tactics are smart. So originally we played that he said, let's read the definition of FBA. And then he said he agrees with the definition. Then he said just now, we need to figure out what people fit that definition. All right. But then he changes what counts as FBA by importing the 3 stars. Okay, that's on Tariq Nasheed website. From a web page section and treating it as, so what he does is he goes to Tariq Nasheed 3 stars. Then he acts like that's part of the definition of FBA. So that family, follow me. Matter of fact, let him say it. Let him say it, and we're gonna cook him. Let him say it first, and he's out of there. Watch this.
Is an African American based off that? I'm saying that an FBA is an African American calling himself a FBA, which is fine.
So isn't an African American a black person calling himself African American? So how far back does this go? You just going to cherry pick history points? African American begins in 1988. The thought to nationalize it and stick it on us, that thought is in 1988. What did we call ourselves before then? We called ourselves black for 30 years before then. So weren't we just black people who called ourselves African American, and now we're back calling ourselves black again? You did? We just brought it back to the beginning.
Now we need to figure out the daggone thing or people that fit that. So you got your definitions. Now we need to figure out who fits that daggone definition. This ain't gonna be hard, man. Turn these lights on, man. Turn these cameras on, man. We about to daggone support y'all. Yo, we gonna stand. When them lights get bright, yo, we right here, man. So let's get right to the show, man. Man, let's start hyping. So a foundational Black American refers to Black people in the U.S. with direct lineage from African slavery.
Okay, so he's going to read the definition again. So therefore, there should be no confusion later on.
My fault. From American slavery, distinct from Black immigrants, emphasizing shared historical experiences like systematic inequality. What's a daggone African American? An African American, an American of African descent, especially Black descent.
It's especially Black descent, because before you were African American in this country, you were Black. And we didn't collectively call ourselves African American, but we definitely called ourselves Black. That was a whole political movement where we called ourselves Black. Black Wall Street. The people that bought themselves out of slavery or were free from slavery at any point before Emancipation Proclamation, they were referred in history as free Blacks, not free Africans. Okay, so we got the Black Civil Rights Movement, we got the Black Panthers. So everything is, we got Black love, Black beauty, Black and proud, Black power. Everything is Black, bliggity Black since the early 1800s. It never stopped. It kept going. Okay, and then we took it on as everything in like around the 1960s. Everything became the first Black person, the first Black this, Black history, blah, 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 Black, 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 Black. Okay, they even got a crime stat called Black on Black crime. So Black dominated. Jesse Jackson urged African American onto us. He had the help of white society. And within 1 year, we went from African, we were Black for 30 years as a self description. And in 1 year, without any galvanizing the people to see we were cool with that, they linked up with white society. And within 1 year, we were African American, just like that. no historical ties to it, no accomplishments. So under Black, we accomplished so much. But it's called Black Reconstruction right after slavery. It's not called African Reconstruction. So with the help of white society, Jesse Jackson and Stokely Carmichael, these two tried to make us African American with no heritage behind it, no historical W's, nothing. Just a name out of nowhere when we're basically starting all over. So these are, hey everybody, these are African Americans. What did it accomplish? Nothing. We just made this name up and we're gonna see what falls within this name. And it serves as a dual usage. It represents Black people who are descended from U.S. chattel slavery, and it also represents recent immigrants. I don't know how that works, but we're showing how that doesn't work by delineating.
An African American slave with the judge could open up the daggone dictionary and say, there it goes right there. That's what an African American is.
So he said the judge. Did this guy say a judge can open up a dictionary and say, hey, man, so the African American is this? Yo, this dude said judge. When he agrees with myself and ex-architect on that phone call, oh, you can say conference call. Any parties after 3 is called a conference call. So on a conference call, he acknowledged that legally recent immigrants are documented as African Americans. So when the judge ain't gonna look up Webster Dictionary. The judge is gonna look at what counts in court. And what counts in court is that recent immigrants legally are African Americans. So this is just bad scholarship from a scientific, literate guy who's supposed to know how to work his way through a clean argument. Okay. So the judge settles it, right? Going to dictionary.com. All right. That's what he thinks. Well, a dictionary can't settle political identity. African American is broad in practice. FBA is a specific lineage political subset. Did y'all hear me? A dictionary cannot settle political identity. African American is broad in practice. FBA is a specific lineage political subset. So he uses Merriam-Webster, as you're about to hear him, to argue that African American already covers descendants of U.S. slavery. We're not arguing that. Then he says, so FBA is redundant. A judge can just see, he said, a judge can just use the dictionary, right? Okay, but family, this shows how shallow his logic is because real world usage is what created the problem. African American is used socially and institutionally to include recent immigrants and their descendants under one umbrella identity called Black American, African American. So FBA, ADOS, it emerges as a precision label for policy talk, reparations, targeted remediation, historical claims. Dictionaries lag social political usage. Unc, you gotta stop, bro. Like maybe you should go back debating the Bible and religion. This space ain't for you, bro. Dictionaries lag social political usage. They don't govern how communities define subgroups inside broader categories. Did you know that? Of course he doesn't. What the chat talking about? Y'all enjoying this? Quite a while. You people, what are you saying? Hold up, let me read that. Hey, Raekwon are not the problem. Jamaicans are. What? He said Africans not the problem. Jamaicans are. I think he just trolling. Africans. Well, brother, the Raekwon, whoever you are, the problem isn't skin tone. The problem isn't a particular country. The problem is universal, or I should say is national. The problem is anybody speaking against our self-interest. So they could come in the form of an African, Jamaican, Italian, white American. You dig? The problem is the problem. There's no really designation of a particular country that defines as the problem. There's problems. They're plural, my guy. And some of those problems can be from people from Jamaica. So it all could be true. People from Africa, people from this country. It could be people from who knows, Europe somewhere, India, you know. There are problems, plural. All right, so let me do this. Let me do this. Okay, so watch this, family. Look how far he goes to be deceptive.
All right. So if I was to tell you that the thing that fit the definition is a whale, that would be a lie. Although a whale lives.
This dude said a whale. How can a whale fit being the definition that describes descendants of people, black men and women, who underwent U.S. chattel slavery? How can a whale fit that definition?
If I was to tell you that,
but this is how far they got to go to be silly and to troll us.
The thing that fit the definition is a whale, that would be a lie. Although a whale lives in water and is aquatic, get its food and substance all from the water, is a vertebrate, a whale is not a fish. In the same way a whale is not a fish is the same way that a group of humans, ethnogenesis, that was with some black aboriginals.
Hey, family, I have no idea what this guy talking about. But for a guy who's supposed to be scientific literate, my guy, humans are in species categories. Fish versus whale is biology. Ethnonyms are social political labels with contested boundaries. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He uses fish to imply there is one objective scientific classification and FBA fails it. But ethnic labels aren't zoology, my boy. You're supposed to be scientific literate. You know this. I thought. There are social identities tied to history, politics, and community claims. That's why you can have in Africa, you can have amongst the Nigerians. Now they all say they're Nigerians, but they have hundreds of different ethnic groups within the label Nigerian. Okay? But even worse is that he uses the analogy to smuggle in the idea that there's a single correct authority that decides who's FBA, who's not. Then he goes to position himself as the author, right? Or the auditor. Like he positions himself as the auditor of who's FBA and who's not. But in reality, communities use ethnonyms in layered ways, legal, cultural, political, and boundaries are debated without making the identity, quote unquote, fake. Okay. So let's go. What else mistakes he made? This guy's all over the place with his argument. Let's go right here. All right, let's try him out right here. Just a bunch of mistakes that he makes throughout this entire video. Let's hear some more of this foolishness. I want him to read the website.
FBA, right? Since they're claiming, okay, some enslavement, right? And some other things we're going to talk about, right? They would have to be enslaved and be foundational to America. We can agree to that, right? So now we got to figure out what the ethnogenesis is. We figured out what the ethnogenesis is for the African American. So we know the people that would fit the title of an African American are those that mix with the native population that was here prior to Columbus, the Europeans that brought them here, and enslaved Africans. That would be an African American. You can't change it.
Yo, dude, what rules are he playing by? First of all, he's making stuff up. He's redefining who's FBA, who isn't. And then he's saying you can't change something. Brother, are you out your goddamn mind? When you come to, well, but didn't we change from black to African American? I thought we couldn't change it. So how did we go from African American? Well, how did we go from black to African American? Bro, like again, I'm missing something here. Yo, social life isn't science. You know, we deal with each other and then we adjust. We change language, we change a lot of things. We change laws, we change eating habits, we change a lot of things because we live in this world, and we're going to make sure that our living conditions fit us and make us, and we're comfortable in these living conditions. I'm asking, you can't change it. Who told you that?
Now, if you say that an African American is somebody that mixed with,
we don't use that terminology at all. So that's a whole bait and switch. He somehow believes that an African American is a foundation Black American. When I just explained that African Americans are Black Americans that underwent, we're descendants of Black Americans who underwent U.S. chattel slavery, and African Americans are also recent immigrants, bro. You're not speaking, when you say African Americans, you got to qualify that, bro, because you're potentially speaking to two different people or two different peoples. The one people group are FBA and the other people's group are immigrants. So yeah, you just can't use African American loosely when we know it's a dual usage and then pretend that you're only speaking to Foundation Black Americans. No, you gotta clarify that, bro. And that's why I showed you clips of even white people clarifying it and saying this sentence of slavery, because they know it's confusing. So no, we can't let you pull that off. We can't let you pretend that African American means or speaks to the same group, the same lineage group as Foundation Black Americans. That's a lie.
let's see if that definition I read with the FBA that was enslaved in America and all that, let's see if their own website, I ain't gonna never let them get away from the website, because that's the joke. The joke is to make you get away from the website and act like we don't know they got a website.
Again, he just, I'm trying to be nice with my language. I'm trying to be nice in 2026, but that's why I call them Decepticons or Decepticans. You dig?
Act like they ain't got, not only do they got a website, they got a movement. Now, the point is, we know it's a pseudoscientific movement.
Now he's back a scientist.
The online call. We're gonna add that to the chambers. So here we go right here, right? All right. The first line sounds good. Now, if you just want to read this and stop right here, then you
Now he said the first line is the definition. Right. It ain't just the first line, it's the definition of who's FBA and who's not. Right. But don't worry, I'm gonna get them, family. Watch this.
Feeling good. Foundation of Black Americans, FBA, are the proud descendants of Black men and women who endured, right, and survived one of the greatest atrocities in human history, American slavery.
There's your definition of who's FBA.
I agree.
He's doubling down. He agreed with the definition. Watch this.
All right. These resilient ancestors built the United States from the ground up. I agree. Laying the foundation for the nation's economic, political, and cultural development. Man, I agree, man. You get into, however, the rich history of FBA did not begin in 1619 with the arrival of enslaved Black people in Virginia it began nearly a century earlier. All right, they adding something in there. Okay, that's a they stretching it, but we ain't tripping. So we got so we saying, all right, this FBA, man, at this point, like, hey man, sound good, man.
Okay, so he is stomping hard. He's standing on 10 with the definition. So family, where does it go wrong? We're confused now. We're like, okay, so you agree with the definition. You agree that represents you. So now we're like, well, what's the problem? So watch this.
And then you scroll down. Scroll on.
Yeah, but the definition is definitive. It speaks precisely on who's FBA. Anything else is just speaking on, it's standing by itself. So the definition stands by itself. Who's FBA? Something else is going to stand by itself, but you can't conflate stuff, which he's going to do. Very deceptive for a guy who claims he's scientific literate.
On down. You got the hats. You got the flat with the hats. Man, watch out for the funny hats. And they got.
Okay. Yeah, it's a website, my guy. It's going to have more than a definition. That's what websites do. Okay, so First Class Citizen said, I believe that AA, African American title, was promoted by Jesse Jackson and created to obscure our identity and consolidate other ethnicities for opportunistic reasons. Yeah, a lot of us believe that.
Got some stars on them. Let's see what the stars is. Because right now, I'm agreeing.
So now he's like, he's all in. He's agreeing. Okay, so Sun Virgo said, do you think that speaking on the many slaves that Africans participate in can help debunk these arguments? Well, we're actually doing a good job debunking it right now. Matter of fact, he is debunking it himself. We're just listening to him debunk it. Because all we keep hearing is that he say he would agree with the definition. And then he's going to go to swirls on the website that's not the definition and say that he disagreed with it. Family, when I was on Encroba website, there were some things on the website I agreed with, and there were some things on the website I did not agree with. See, but I'm smart enough not to conflate the things I'm not dumb enough to disagree with one part of the website and then say, this is why I no longer agree with what I agreed to earlier. That's dumb. What I agree is what I agree with, and what I don't agree with is what I don't agree with. That is called eating the meat and throwing away the bone.
That second part was starting to shaky a little bit, but we ain't going too hard. We with that. We with that.
So this video is the debunk. There's nowhere else. This is the debunk. This video. We're gonna get them up out of here.
But let's get to some more reading. Let's see if we can finish it off, because you ain't never just diving out there, listening to what people are saying. He got people, look, he making everybody, look, foundational Black American, look. Yeah, playing
get to it, man. Let's get to it.
Let's see if this right here represents foundational Black Americans, right? Quote unquote African Americans. Let's see. Is this true? The 3 stars. It says the 3 stars. Here it goes. This is the ethnogenesis. The 3 stars, right, represents the.
Okay, so whether you believe it's the ethnogenesis or not, that's a whole different argument. Okay, the ethnogenesis is a different argument from the definition. He doesn't get that. He doesn't get, when you do a presentation, a real one, that you have bullet points, right? And one bullet point might be totally separate from the last. It could be no connection, but they're all fitting the overall argument. So if you want to dispute the ethnogenesis, then that's a different argument. But the definition is the definition. And you already said multiple times, you agree with it.
The 3 groups who make up the ethnic group that will become the foundational Black Americans. Your damn drum roll at this point. Let's see. The Black Aboriginal people of North America. Huh? I said the Black Aboriginal people of North America. Oh man, they just knocked themselves out the box. So now we know that they're actually not foundational Black Americans right here.
Who isn't? Bro, I mean, family, this is one of, when some people are so unwise, they don't even see how unwise they are. But don't forget, when you make it public, when you put it on the World Wide Web, we all have access to it to show you how unwise you really are.
Because a foundational Black American, right, would have mixed with the people that was already here, and they wasn't Black Aboriginals. All scientific data says so. What's the next pillar? The Black explorers and traders who had contact with the Americans before Columbus. Well, what the hell is that? There you go again. How many explorers was left to mix with anybody? And was all the explorers Black and Black traders? I said the only data they got was the last star. So the 3 stars officially throw them out of the running for being a foundational Black American based off of the damn definition. You can't be a foundational Black American and run into some Black Aboriginals, because that means that didn't happen. If that didn't happen, then you're not the people that was brought over here from enslaved. The enslaved people was brought over here mixed with Europeans and indigenous people that was already here. That's the foundational Black Americans. This right here is pseudo judo techno babble.
I'm just okay. Oh boy. Okay, so this is a conflation tactic. Okay, he is saying FBA website says X, therefore all FBA claim X. I keep telling you, bro, this is one website amongst many, but it doesn't the definition on the website, people who call themselves Foundation Black American do not disagree with the definition. Now, do we all agree on the 3 stars? Some do, some don't. But that doesn't mean much because that's not the definition. Okay, so even if one site says something wild, right? Let's say one website says something wild, like this one. That doesn't define every person using the term. That's guilt by association. So what he does is poison the well tactics. He puts everything on Tariq, and then he thinks if he can make Tariq look bad, then all of FBA, 43 million, looks bad. Then he does a conflation tactic. If one person says one thing, then you got to paste it on everybody. Bro, it doesn't work. That's the guilt by association. So look what he does. He treats a single web page, 3 stars. He treats that section as the mandatory belief system of everyone calling themselves FBA. And that's what we were trying to explain to this unwise guy on the phone. It's like, yo, if somebody have a belief or an ideology that's part of our lineage, that's not mandatory belief. That's not mandatory ideology. Mandatory is that you fit the FBA requirements. But it's not mandatory for us to agree with the 3 stars, or we don't all got to get the flag, or no, none of that stuff is mandatory. That's personal. But he can't get that. But again, what if one Black person had a website claiming aliens built the pyramid, right? And he was a Black nationalist. Do all Black nationalists believe that? So it's a cheap shortcut. Attack the easiest to mock claim and pretend you defeated the entire ethnonym and political program. Okay, so he goes to a part on the website he disagrees with. That's not part of the definition. He argues that as though we all hold to that. We all know that doesn't make you FBA. These are groups that this is Tariq Nasheed hypothesis about, this is an educated guess about group of people who could possibly be FBA. Okay, so guess what? What if one group never existed? What if one group is straight, like Uncle would say, pseudo? That means that group doesn't exist. That group doesn't qualify for FBA. But you know what overrides somebody's belief of being part of a group? What overrides that is your proof. Whether it's your 23andMe or it's your genealogy records. That is what counts, not a belief system. So those of us who say we're FBA, sir, we all believe we can prove it with genealogy records. not with a belief. So he doesn't get that. Let's move on. Okay, so then what he does is after that, he just screaming and yelling, calling his names. No real solid arguments. Okay, all right. So now let's go to this. So he attempts, a guy who claims he's scientific literate, of course he got to go to DNA. He got to pose as a scientist, right? So let's go into him talking about DNA now. Watch this. This is when I heard this, this was hilarious. All right. Let's go into his examples of him being a scientist because he's so scientific literate. Okay. All right.
Let's see. We know African Americans have an ethnogenesis. What is the ethnogenesis? The ethnogenesis of an African American is between slaves brought from Africa, kidnapped and enslaved, brought from Africa to America, processed, right? It was enslaved in America. The ethnogenesis is with small amounts of the Native American population and 20-30% Europeans. They brought them over here. That would be the ethnogenesis. And the people that are the foundation of America, right, or worked within the foundation to build the foundation would be an African American and the FBA. Do we got that clear? So FBA, right, since they're claiming, okay, some enslavement, right, and some other things we're going to talk about, right, they would have to be enslaved and be foundational to America. We can agree to that, right? So now we got to figure out what the ethnogenesis is. We figured out what the ethnogenesis is for the African American. So we know the people that would fit the title of an African American are those that mix with the native population that was here prior to Columbus, the Europeans that brought them here, and enslaved Africans. That would be an African American. You can't change it. Now, if you say that an African American is somebody that mixed with the people from the moon,
you all know that.
And they got DNA.
We all know that. We all
Hold on. I'm trying to find his DNA claim. I'm sifting through his stuff. Okay. His DNA claim is hilarious. Percentage. Okay, I found it. I found it. You want to talk about pseudoscience? I got it.
processed, right? It was enslaved in America. The ethnogenesis is with small amounts of the Native American population and 20-30% Europeans. They brought them over here. That would be the ethnogenesis. And the people that are the foundation of America.
So you could tell he's having a hard time understanding. He's saying the name over and over, but you could tell he's not comprehending what an ethnogenesis is completely.
African American is a person that had an ethnogenesis. Enslaved Africans, Europeans, 20-30%, somewhere in that range, and some Native Americans, 1-4% opposite.
Okay, so what he normally does is what revenue does, Tethernew. They call in and they speak to myself, Tariq Nasheed, ex-architect. They get cooked, and we are the ones who be saying these percentages to them. Then what they'll do is they'll go on their live streams, they'll use our information and pretend they always had it. Okay, so DNA percentages. So this is just for the family. This is for the internet. DNA percentages don't define an ethnonym. You know what does? Shared history, institutions, and political status. That's what does. Okay. Now watch this. He tries to anchor identity in a rigid admixture formula. You just heard him. 20 to 30% European. Like he tried to give a range of what makes an FBA, like DNA wise. An FBA would typically be a person with 20 to 30% European, 1 to 4% native, etc., and this much African or West African. But listen, he does too much conflating. Okay, so far he talked about the definition of FBA. He's screaming ethnogenesis, and then he is sometimes representing ethnonym when he screams ethnogenesis. Okay, so but that's not how ethnonyms work. Ethnic identity is not a lab label. Okay, to be part of an ethno group, percentages doesn't matter. He's trying to show you that he's so scientific literate. He introduces science into things where it's not really needed. Okay. Ethonyms are a historical population with shared institutions, culture, and political treatment. So watch this. Even if admixture trends exist, the policy argument for FBA ADOS is not we are the X% and Y. That's not it. It's our community endures specific U.S. state harms and exclusion. So what he does is he drifts into genetics because he wants to prove how scientific literate he is. Okay, he does that because he believes it sounds good. It makes him sound like he just know all this science, but it doesn't resolve the political question. Ethnonym doesn't follow rules of science, my guy. So I really don't think he understands an ethnogenesis separate from an ethnonym. Like you can have 4% European or 50% European. If you experience the entire ethnogenesis, none of that matters, man. You're FBA. Okay. So then later on in this live, he was talking about God. Like, who do you guys pray to? Now, that is that is sneaking in a second agenda midstream, right? To derail identity talk. So now you want to talk about a scammer? This is a complete scammer. When I talk about a subject, it's just that. What God y'all pray to, what type of group economics you guys practice. What are you talking about? Okay. So anyway, so that video, as you can see, which is all over the place, okay? Hold on. All right, so let's get to another video, then we'll close out. So he did 2 videos, waste of time. They both useless. Watch this.
God dang, bro, I just forgot, man.
This is the second video.
Objective perspective. Yeah, man, we're gonna be talking about.
Yeah, he said objective perspective. So the dude, now that dude I didn't cook. That's another guy who denied Africa's role in the slave trade. I am, matter of fact, I got to play him tomorrow. If anybody who missed my conversation with the proper perspective, he said objective, but the proper perspective, I'm gonna play that tomorrow. I ain't like now he's trying to resurface. Now this is a guy who gets no views. He puts FB in all his titles. It's totally irrelevant for a whole year or two. Now he's trying to join other people panels who can't get no views to disrespect us, and they're trying to form like this allegiance with each other, this fake unnatural allegiance with each other. But it's all built on just hating us. It's all just built on denying us. It's not a genuine relationship like how we had. We're genuinely come into each other's presence, in each other's spaces to do something positive, to set history right. They're coming together built on hate, right? Hate is their motivation. Love is ours. So that's why, that would never work out with those guys. They're going to end up beefing and debating something and they'll be back calling each other names and making troll videos about each other. You best believe that. Okay, so let me get into the next video. All right. Okay, so where we at here?
Subjective and objective is important, man. Yep. Lansky. That's off of Emerson Avenue, right? Yeah, that's off of Emerson Avenue.
All right, so now let me just tell you what's going on. Okay. So he's going to go on with this rant that there must be a leader amongst the FBA lineage. And that is a framing trap. Okay, it's a category error. He does that often. Okay, so he's going to treat our ethnonym identity label like it must function as a formal organization with a single boss. This is what he does. I mean, this is just horrible tactics in a debate. Right? Horrible tactics. Okay. Now let's say hypothetically, even though no website lists a leader, but let's say hypothetically a website enlists a leader or leadership. That can mean media, admins, organizers, spokespeople, not the person who defines reality for everybody. So these guys might see leadership somewhere. And again, that could be leadership of a board. That could be leadership of an organizing group that's going to protest. That's called confirmation bias. They see a word. Oh, look, leadership. It says leadership. Here's the leader. Yo, I mean, damn, I can lead the way to a protest against something in some injustice in New Jersey. Oh, he's the leader. So this is confirmation bias. They're desperate. But why is it deceptive? It's deceptive because it sneaks in a false premise. No leader illegitimate. That premise is wrong in civic life and in law, politics. Movements, identities, and coalitions exist with distributed leadership constantly. Okay, there's no single leader of the civil rights movement. All right. Okay. So now he goes into definition sabotage with the definition of FBA and then Tariq's personal hypothesis about the 3 stars. So this is what he does, what he did last video. If Tariq said anything else, the definition isn't definitive. So he's acting like Tariq Nasheed is the word of God. He's the word of FBA. Everything he says and does is still part of the definition. So that means that it ain't no definition then, my guy. If FBA isn't definitive, then there's no definition. If everything Tariq Nasheed does and says is tied into the definition of FBA, then it cannot be a definition. Definitions end. They're definitive. They have a period. Case closed. But he's pretending that there's a definition, and then when Tariq Nasheed says something further, the definition takes on what he said further. More deception. Okay, he tries to prove the definitions or they're not precise by mixing 2 different things. All right. So now watch this. A definition, what the term measures, right? Then there's a hypothesis. Hypothesis narrative. Someone associated with the term believes. Okay, so you get that? So a definition is what the terms mean. Is what FBA mean, and a hypothesis is someone associated with the term and what they believe. Big difference. So that's the exact trick that we call out. Okay, you cannot add to a definition by importing extra commentary, right? So it's a deceptive tactic for a guy who scams you to believe that he's a scientist, a biologist, what he wants to believe. Okay, so what does he do? What have he done so far in his life? He read the definition. He agreed with it over and over and over. So he grabs the clean definition, what FBA means on Tariq's website. Then he grabs Tariq broader speculation. That's not a definition. That's speculation. 3 groups, Black Indians, etc. He says, it's a contradiction here. So the definition is unclear. This is his rationale. And this is why we say that he's unwise. Nobody wise would believe that makes sense. That logic is illogical and it's for unwise people and a bunch of yes men. And that type of unwisdom, that only works within a cult. Okay, so so he's treating commentary as a definition. But let me explain this to y'all. A definition is not a biography of everyone who uses the term. If you want to critique Tariq Nasheed hypotheses, then critique them. But don't pretend they rewrite the meaning of the word FBA or the definition of FBA. That's stupid. That doesn't work. And that's what X, the architect, was trying to explain to him on that conference call we had with him. He didn't get it, and neither of his cohorts got it. Now, one of his cohorts pretended to got it, and then they pretended to explain to him. But again, they are they are a part of the cult. So Unc is the leader. So one of his cohorts agreed with us. He felt like he can't agree with us because when they hang up, he got to deal with Unc. You dig? And his dictatorship, his cult behavior. So they were disingenuous on the call. All right. So what he's trying to establish by getting on Tariq Nasheed over and over and over, like they all do, Chief X, all of them. What they're trying to do is pull the whole guilt by association card. That is their substitute for the argument because they can't deal with our talking points. That's why last night when I was talking to Tethered Dream, I just brought them to the beginning. How these words changed, when did they change, why they changed, and why are we delineating? I brought him back to the top, and he didn't want to deal with the top. He wanted to deal in the spaces or the arguments that he felt were messy. Like, family, these guys don't want a clear-cut understanding what we're doing. They want to pretend that it's confusing. There's confusion there, and that's why they don't want to start where it started. They want to start where they want to start. Oh boy. So they explicitly frame FBA as a manipulation and lump it with wild radical groups and his words pseudoisms. Okay. So he labels FBA pseudo first before evaluating what people mean by it. So before he even let his audience know what we believe FBA is, he asserts that it's pseudo. That's called framing. You're trying to prepare your audience. You're trying to numb your audience brain to what makes sense. And it works because your audience are a bunch of cult yes men. He only deals with cult people. He was in a cult. Okay. So now watch this. Then every defense sounds like you're defending. So when he frames FBA, the whole lineage as pseudo, anybody on his panel or his chat that defends our talking point say, no, that's not what they're saying. Any objection will be seen as they are defending the pseudos. Okay, not what they're really doing, defending the definition. Now, why is that deceptive? That's deceptive because it attacks the social vibe around a term instead of addressing what the term actually denotes, which you read earlier and agree with. Okay. Okay. So along this video, he will talk about how he's just doing skepticism, right? He's performing objective truth, but the whole time he's asserting his opinions. Okay. FBA is top on the list of manipulative groups' opinion. Should foundational Black Americans should we trust it? No, it's a red flag. That's not skepticism. That's not an objective truth, my guy. That's a hateful opinion. Right? And he tried to sneak in his skepticism and his so-called objective truth in the guise of science. Family, trust me, we see right through that. That does not work with us. He got many strawman arguments. Okay, this is why he normally, when he talks about this, he normally talks about it with his cohorts, his cult members. And when he have a panel of people who are FBA or just question Unc's agenda and defends the position of FBA, they don't get to talk much. They get muted, they get silent. He talks and yells, but you don't see this guy on neutral platforms. And you don't see him on FBA platforms like mine making these same arguments. We debunk these things so fast and we make him look so unwise in real time. This is why he just likes to just be on this panel shouting. And like Chief X said, with that type of deception, with that type of bad practices and bad arguments, you won't achieve your goal to be a HOK celebrity. Okay. Let's go to his court. So he wants to take it to court. Like he keeps going to court with this. Hold on. The judge, the court. So let's go with this stuff. Let's go with the court. Now all of a sudden he's a legal expert. So he's a scientific literate person. And now he's a legalese person. Like he knows all about the law. Watch this.
Got lineage and all of this time. You can't take lineage to court. If me and you talking about going to court, talking about we suing for reparation, and they gonna say what you suing for lineage, then that gonna be two split cases.
Now this is a guy named Suntan. This is the tether who was cosplaying as FBA on Sanetta's platform, and then brother, the guy Reginald, whatever his name is, he comes on there, and in 30 seconds, now a guy who's supposed to be FBA and hardcore on the talking points, this dude Reggie, in 30 seconds was able to change his mind. In 30 seconds, Reggie was able to change his mind that FBA is a cult and our reparations claim is weak. So here you go. You can't bring a lineage. So now he went from a so-called FBA. He's part of the lineage, which he never was, but that was his position. He's of the lineage and he's hardcore and he represents the talking points to a guy who's now a legalese expert on how we can't get reparations. Listen to this foolishness. Now he's an expert. From just 30 seconds, listen to Brother Reggie garbage.
Lineage to court. See where I'm at now. Right now, it's a lot of wild young cats claiming that they got lineage and all of this time. You can't take lineage to court. If me and you talking about going to court, talking about we suing for reparation, and they gonna say what you suing for lineage, then that gonna be two split cases. Your lineage ain't my lineage. My lineage is too. That's not gonna work in court.
All right, hold on. All right, freeze.
All right, so now you heard this stupidity from this dude, Suntan. He really believes that we all think we got one lineage. Like we all got the same mother, the same father. We're all brothers and sisters with the same uncle, same cousin. Are you dumb? So he repeatedly made the claim, as you heard him, lineage won't work in court. You can't take lineage into court. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, Suntan, this is for you, my guy. This is for you and your leader, Reggie. That's not how legal classification works. Courts deal in definitions plus evidence standards. Lineage in practice means documentable ancestry, descent, historical classification. Things courts routinely evaluate: inheritance, tribal enrollment, disputes, citizenship, derivative citizenship issues, class membership criteria, family law, etc. Okay, so now what's deceptive there was he pretended lineage means mystical DNA vibes, then say courts can't use it. But courts don't need mysticism. They need criteria plus proof. Okay, so someone proposed lineage criteria might be hard to prove at scale unless you define clear evidence rules. That's a logistical critique, not a dismissive. Okay, can't. We can't. Like he's being dismissive, pessimistic. We can't. I mean, it's dumb. But again, in 30 seconds from another guy. Now Reggie is a fake paralegal. Like these guys be everything. They be scientific, literate scientists. They become historians overnight, and they become law paralegals. Like these guys are experts in all talking points. All right. Now they must make us have a leader, because in us having a leader, then they have something to defame and shame. All right. And then they could do poison the well tactics. Okay. So leader defines the term. All right. The leader that made the term popularized. This is their talking points. Family. Tariq, let's say that Tariq popularized an acronym. Ooh, that doesn't make him the monarch of meaning. That is called deceptive framing. Since Tariq is the most visible, he controls the definition, and any side comment he makes becomes binding. This is what they believe. That's deceptive framing. That's not how language works. Language have rules. It's called grammar. Meaning stabilized through use plus definition plus community consensus, not celebrity. So one influential person that has a big name, they don't get to decide everything for everybody. That's not how that works. Again, is usage plus definition plus community consensus. Everybody or majority of us got to be on board. One person just don't come out of nowhere and say you're that. So they're trying to make Tariq Nasheed the Jesse Jackson. No, Tariq did it the right way. Yvette did it the right way. They pointed out a problem. The terms used to describe our ethnonym serves as a dual, they have dual usage. They represent our ethnonym, but they also represent every recent immigrant that come over here. That's confusing. That's confusion. Then let's go here now. Let's go here. This is too easy. Oh boy. Let me see the other. All right. Hold on. Okay. Let's see if I can find the other argument. They made some crazy, crazy claims. They went and started talking about science and Egypt. Like they were all over the place. So what they did was basically repeat the same things revenue repeats. Does the federal government recognize this? Does it recognize that? You know, all revenue talking points. They were borrowing that day. I'm trying to look for it. Now, you know, when you got to repeat revenue talking points, you know you are sad. Let me find that revenue talking point. This court stuff. The courts. All right. So I wrote it down, the timestamp. I can't find it. But let me say this. Actually, I did find it. Wait, hold on. I did find it. There we are. I did find it. Yay.
You know, so I don't think it'll ever really become part of the like the actual platform. You know, when these real discussions come up. But what hurts me though, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna stop. Yeah, what hurts me though is like I was talking to old boy in the chat, and he tried to say that FBA shows up on a census. I'm like, come on, man, you can't just lie. Like, I mean, they lie about everything, man. I mean, everything's just a lie, yo. I mean, at some point, folks got to stop lying. That's all I want to say.
They be making stuff up because you got a lot of young hot dogs. I was there when Tariq started it on 2019.
Hey, I know you was. If you was
Yeah,
around
up
for
there
this thing, I
too.
know you was, Joe. That's funny.
Hey,
All right,
you
let's move on
see that
to
on?
huh?
That's all the hidden colors,
Oh,
buck
yeah,
breaking,
yeah,
all of that.
yeah. You got to take it. You got to shoot them in the trash can one shot at a time.
Or you know what though? I'm gonna tell you what you can do with stuff like that is pick and choose and research, because all of it ain't garbage.
Shit.
No. I'm saying you had like Dr. Kaba and a lot of people.
Nah.
Listen, man, listen.
Peace to him. See, you gonna get people beat up, Sante. You'll get people beat up, bro.
Well, see, I'm not worried about.
Now, all these wise scholars, I'm being sarcastic. Only three of them pulled up. Well, four of them, if you count Reggie. Four of them pulled up to my panel. None of them sounded scientific literate. None of them sounded very smart, like they knew history. They all were like kind of like just, you could tell that they're thirsty. They're thirsty for truth. They came over here. They tried to, I played them over and over all week. So y'all can see how the conversation went. Students, deceptive, lying, minimalizing, undermining, but nobody really knew anything. I asked the dude, what's his ethnonym? He says African American. I asked him, what's his racial term? He called himself. He says African American. I said, dude, you said the same thing twice. Like, dude, you don't see that's a problem? Your racial term that's all inclusive to everyone, even recent immigrants, is the same as your ethnonym that's supposed to be unique and distinct. You don't think that's a problem? But these are the people we're talking to that normally runs. They throw rocks and hide their hands. Okay. So now he's federal recognition. Federal recognition is a political outcome. One more time, because they keep saying something's not federally revenue argument, but it's not federally recognized. Federal recognition is a political outcome, not a prerequisite for identity formation. Lots of ethonyms existed long before the state standardized them, like Black. Black was around the 1960s, and the federal government took it on in the 1970s sometime. Over 10 years later is when it came on. The same thing with African American. When African American was introduced, it didn't replace Black until about 19, like a little short, like maybe 9 years later. So even though they were calling us African American on form, it was not federally recognized. Black was still recognized 9-10 years later. So all of their arguments kind of debunk themselves, but they don't know what I just said. So they make those arguments, and then I say, okay, when African American was introduced, was it federally recognized, or was Black still federally recognized? They're not going to know. Okay, they're not going to know. It's goofy. Okay, so okay, let's go into this other stuff. They were talking. Oh boy. Oh, here we go. Watch this. Watch this one. And they keep moving the goalpost for us. You can't move the goalpost for us. It's our goalpost. It's our stadium. You can't move it. It's ours.
With you, brother. I disagree absolutely with Joe said, man. It's gonna come to a point in time, honestly, Unc, where people who just reject academia, scholarship, man, they just gonna have to get put to the side, man. Because at a certain point, it's just what's the point? You say something and they respond with the most pseudo response, and it's just like, what's the point, man?
Because
you got these abos out.
Now, by the way, these are the same people who watch my channel in the silence, because they know that I got some of the strongest rebuttals. I make the strongest arguments for why we need to delineate, okay, and self-identify. They know I make some of the strongest arguments. So they watch me in the background. They flag the video, all this stuff over and over and over and over and over. Okay. But check this out. Check this out. Oh, revenue is I don't know. I think he mistakenly showed his picture on Tariq Nasheed web thing, live thing. And he's been I don't know. I think he thinks people are going to cook him. Okay, so again, they, as you just heard, they're implying that if it isn't academia approved, right, dismiss it. But real scholarship is valuable. But using academia as a club is still a rhetorical trick. It replaces argument with credential gatekeeping, and it dodges the fact that many political identities are constructed first, then later reflected in institutions. I don't know how that's hard to understand. Okay, so let's just backtrack. Definition, what the word refers to, okay? The fixed meaning. You heard the fixed meaning, you read the fixed meaning on a website they showed. They showed Tariq Nasheed's website. We all read the fixed meaning. Unc even agreed to it. Then you have the scope debates, edge cases, history debates, subgroups, etc. Then you have strategy. What policies, coalitions, and legal pathways you choose. So Unc move, okay? Unc's move is to collapse all three, then claim the definition is not precise. So I just told you, you have something called definition, you have something called scope debates, and you have something called strategy. Unc try to make all three the definition. This is a weird, unwise position to take. Okay. So when he does that, and when people like him does that, they're no longer critiquing the definition. They're arguing about a scope and a strategy while they're pretending we are doing semantics. Okay. You've seen that with Tether Dream last night. Reparations. You don't know this. You don't know that. Nah, that's not my strength. My strength is over here doing this. Oh, but you should know. No, that's your problem, man. Y'all think I'm the leader. Like any strong voice for the lineage, they want to make us the leader. And by making us the leader, we got to know every last detail of every last thing we argue. And if you don't know, look at your leader. He don't know something. No, fool. My strength is Smile's weakness, and my weakness is Smile's strength. We are a collective. All right. So yeah, so anyway, like this video just repeats the same garbage from the last video. Straw man, purposely rejecting what FBA is and what it isn't. Why the need to delineate reparations, what's legal, what's not. All right. And our ability to identify ourselves something separate from anybody else on the planet. They want us to keep a term that is exclusive and inclusive, that is narrow, but also broad. That's what they want. They want us generic Africans, and they want us as generic Blacks. That's why I say no. Not only that we're not generic Africans, we're not African at all. And the fact culturally, and we're the only Blacks. So if y'all want to keep African, go ahead. But we're taking Black. You stay African, we stay Black. That's how we doing this one. You could be African all you want. It's time you put DOCC in the background. Exactly. Don't tell lies on us, and we won't tell the truth about you. Anybody want to click the link? Now, like I said, they're people, they watch the channel in the background. They want me to slip up so they can call in and try to make me a fool, which never happens why they don't click the link. But I guarantee you, if I said something ahistorical, they'll be calling in back to back to back to back to back. So again, that lets me know what I'm saying is spot on. the fact that, because you know these guys, they call in channels with 10 people watching. Like they want to try to defeat an FBA so bad. Like they so desperate, they'll call a channel with 2 people there. If it's an FBA channel, if it's 2 people, they will call in to try to embarrass somebody and make it a click to go viral. So the fact that they never try to call in, and when they do call in, they're not serious like Revenue and Tether Dream. All right. But I am going to play tomorrow morning my discussion with 2 Pan-Africanists. I mean, just as silly as they can be. And one would be the proper perspective, because I see he trying to like get popular amongst these Pan-African circles. They don't know he called in over here and made a fool of himself. So I got to start sharing that one again. Like, oh, this is your new guy. This is the new team member to your cult. All right, well, let me show you that he already got shredded. He already got shredded. Okay, so what I'm gonna do later, I'm gonna go live later on tonight. I might. It's kind of late. Okay, I may go live a little later on, and I'm going to go in a little harder on the same topic, and I want y'all to use that as a blueprint, as a reference to debunk videos that I just reacted to and debunked, dispelled. Okay, so I'm gonna do a video where it's gonna be solely taking the offense, explaining the definition of FBA from Tariq's website. Since they want to go there and stay there, then I go there with them. And I'm going to explain how to correctly parse Tariq Nasheed's personal website. Right? His personal website, I'm going to show you how to parse it the correct way. Easy work. So anybody that wants to click that link, this is the time to do it. No Tether Dreams, bro. No Tether Dreams, bro. You're back banned. Like, you're just too goofy, bro. And Revenue's in hiding, so is there any other person out there bold that disagrees with some things that we go over? You could even say some things you disagree with Tariq personally. We're all ears. What you disagree with me personally, what I say, or Black Alpha Network or Afro-Elite or whoever out there repping hard. What did they say that you felt like, I don't agree with that? Let's talk about it. Because if you're of the lineage, you're not supposed to agree with all of our assessments, all of our hypotheses and opinions. Some things we're going to say that you're just not going to be like, nah, I'm cool. You dig? But as long as we attempt to justify why we have that position or that thought, that should be enough to at least, say, all right, I disagree, but he ain't all the way crazy. But one thing we're not going to tolerate is a person that's just flat out lying. Yeah, now Tether Dream is banned again. Like, you seen last night. Last night was a shit show. Last night was a shit show. So then when he finally got what he wanted, right? So he wanted to troll and everything. So when they called in, so when they said, all right, look, so they trolled him back and he was crying to have a regular conversation. He was begging them, I don't want to troll no more. I want to have a regular. It's like, too late, bro. You started the trolling and now you're getting cooked. Yeah, see, some people, everybody don't rock with everybody. Emmanuel Brito said, Afro-Elite ain't his type of person. And guess what? People who watch Afro-Elite, I said Afro, people, yeah, Afro-Elite. People who watch him, they look at my channel like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. and they have the lineage, but they pass on me. Oh yeah, I heard FBA News and Updates. He all right, but that's not my cup of tea. I'm good. He's too confrontational, whatever. He's too assertive. He debates too much. I'm good. Not everybody wants to watch a debate with a tether with a white supremacist. Some people just not. They're like, nah, I'm good. So we don't try to be. So it's genuine not to be everybody's cup of tea. It's genuine to just be yourself and have a message, and you hope that a significant of people can resonate with it and appreciate it, and then value it, and then repeat it to other ears. You dig? That's all. It's about it's about that. It's not about there's 43 million of us. I don't believe 43 million is going to tune in. I don't believe half of that. I don't believe a quarter of that. I don't believe because I know that I have a strong personality that everybody can't rock with. Some folks like Malcolm X, kind of like my personality. Some people like Dr. King personalities. You dig? And you just got to know that. Don't be upset if people just it's not like people don't think I'm like they don't think I'm wrong. They just think, it's not my style. They rather just find who's a little more passionate, more of a listener, you dig? I got that Malcolm X spirit. I got that A. Philip Randolph spirit. I got that Robert F. Williams spirit. You dig? I got that. Who won it? I got that Mike Tyson. I got that Floyd Mayweather. Okay. That's what I got. I got that Roy Jones Jr. in me. I got that Michael Vick in his prime. You dig? I got that Michael Jordan, unrelentless, just always on destroy mode. Some of y'all might be more LeBron James fans. You dig? Balling with a smile. I got that Barry Bond. Some of y'all might like Ken Griffey Jr. You see the difference? They both were great sluggers, but one came on that damn home base with a face like a screw face like mine, and the other dude came there smiling, and that was Ken Griffey Jr. I was more of a Barry Bond player. Yeah, yeah. And when I speak of Malcolm X, it's only from the lens of the Nation of Islam. I'm never talking about him in a Pan-African movement, ever. I don't regard that Malcolm X at all. He was, at that point, in my opinion, he was a compromised Malcolm X. He was kissing ass of the Africans, okay? The African BKs, okay? What does BK stand for? Your backside and the lips. Okay. No, I'm gonna say, nah, whatever. It's a Tedros love. Don't hurt me. It's a Tedros love. Don't hurt me again. Hey man, you might have to. You might mess around and have me do a do a song on that right there. That was cool. Let me put the phone number there too, just in case somebody wants to call in. Hold on 1 second. So again, they try to do the poisoning of the well strategy, where they make us have a leader, whether it's me, Jason Black, whether it's D in the chat, Baker Boy, whether it's Emmanuel Brito, whether it's Golden Brown, or even somebody like Nice Watch. They need to make one person the lineage leader, and what they try to do from there is find dirt or inconsistencies, contradictions in that one person the lineage, and then they target that person and make that person represent the entire lineage. So and that's called the poison of the well tactic. It's a desperate tactic, and that's a losing tactic. That's a defeated mind state. At that point, you're admitting you have no counter arguments for our initial argument. When people, so for now on, family, everybody who can listen to this audio, this live, those who like to attack Tariq Nasheed or one person actions, that all they're doing is conceding that they don't have a argument, no counter argument. They have no debunk for our initial argument. That's all they're admitting to. So don't get frustrated when you hear them talking and blah, 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 blah. Just know that that person gave up. They realize that we have an airtight position and they can't do nothing with it besides troll, which, as you know, they do that on Tariq Nasheed podcast all the time when they call in. They just troll. Ted the Dream last night, I attempted to have a decent comment last night. And all he could do was troll. I kicked him off like 3-4 times. He called back in 8 times. You feel me? So because I knew like I was gonna just have fun beating him up on our talking points. You dig? Just have fun and slapping him around. But a lot of these guys know that they can't come against what we gotta say. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure my audio is connected to the stick. Hold on. Okay. Gotta connect my audio to the headset. Right? Gotta connect my audio to the headset. I'm gonna do my little walk. Big. When I'm feeling good, you know, I encourage you guys to walk more often. Especially when you're 40s or older, you might want to consider walking often. Often. You might want to consider walking often. And that should be everybody's resolution at some point, is to be in better health and in better health condition, you dig, than you were last year, the year before. Sitting around ain't gonna do it. I've seen a woman drop like some stuff out of her pocket. She went to bend down and get it, and she could barely they had to help her get back up. This is a woman who about 52 years old. She's not 89, 90, you know what I mean? About 52 years old. She's reaching down to get what she got in her pocket. She could not get back up. Like 52, 3 years, you know, you should not be in that, you should be not in that condition at 53 years old. I'm like, damn, you just stay in the house all day. I hope you got no kids. You definitely ain't watching after them. They outside raising themselves. You are definitely not running behind no damn kids. You can't pick up some pocket lip gloss, whatever, and get back up. Man, you telling all your kids, hey, go ahead, go outside now. You ain't watching none of them. Go now. Yeah, so I hope you guys stay healthy, man. Or get, like I said, being better health than you was last year. And then the next year, being better health than that year. And then the next year, being better health than that year. You dig over and over and over, and you'll find yourself healthy eventually, hopefully. And you don't find yourself 52 years old bending down and can't pick up some damn lip gloss without the assistance of strangers. You dig? That's why I say have a resolution every year and stick with it, and tighten that resolution up every year after that. Tighten that resolution up every next year after that. So if it's about getting better employment wherever you work at, try to add a skill to it. Do some online classes, or go to some community things I got there. What they call them things? It's like a building every city got where they let you learn how to type. You know, some type of skill they give you that these illegals are taking advantage of. One-stop centers. That's what they call it, one-stop centers. Yeah, they're called one-stop centers. So you guys, these illegals are taking advantage of them, where the resources are not even available for Foundation Black Americans, even if you wanted to do it. That they're allowing illegal citizens to take advantage of things that's for the citizens. Which sounds crazy. And they expect us to turn our cheek against dirty practices like that. That's a disgusting practice that we're not turning a blind eye to. Okay? Not gonna let that slide. Well, okay. Let me peek into the chat. Okay? No. It's okay. All right, let's see if this chat talking. See where we at. I was going to tackle Frank Zanu today, but I decided because I really can't find. I found Frank Zanu video on We Don't Have Culture, but I don't know if it's the same. I got to go to the video they uploaded. Okay, I'm not sure if they got the same video posted. Because today I was supposed to do the expose, the full debunk on Frank Zanu's FBA Culture video. But I ran into an issue. When I got a thumbnail and everything. And I went to the Daily Rapper Crew channel, and I didn't see the video that was titled that. Dig? So I'm like, yo, so they still got this? I don't know. So then I came across a video that they had. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. So what I got to do, what I didn't have time to do today, but I was like trying to hurry up and get the live started. I got to go to their Patreon, the one I paid for to watch that video, that debate. And I got to compare that to the video that they got uploaded that's supposed to be that too. Make sure it's the same video. Because what I didn't want to do is debunk a video that ain't the video. I said, all right, let me just cook on Uncle them real fast for tonight. which I did. So I want y'all to just realize, family, we don't even know what they're arguing about. They're so mad at us delineating, they're arguing something stupid. Oh, so listen to this very clearly. They agree that there's a set definition for who is FBA. Okay? That means that it can't change. It's set in stone. It's like the 10 Commandments. Then they go and listen to people explain things or have a sudden thought or a hypothesis. And these guys are supposed to be scientific literate. If you're scientific literate, then you know that a hypothesis is part of a scientific theory. It's one of the beginning stages. You know, you got to teach people about science who claim they're scientific literate. A hypothesis isn't the scientific theory. The hypothesis got to be tested. Okay? And you got to be able to repeat it. It got to be repeatable. So that means the next man's supposed to look at that theory and repeat it and it checks out. So a hypothesis is just a sudden thought that needs to be tested. So they look at Tariq Nasheed's hypotheses on his website and then disingenuously tie that to a definition that's already defined. Again, you can't do that, especially for anybody who claims to be scientific literate. That's scientific disingenuous. I have thoughts. You guys have thoughts. Independent of each other. Whether your thoughts are true, controversial, or needs further citations, right? That does not mean you're not FBA. That does not mean FBA doesn't have a definition. They're trying to act like whatever Tariq Nasheed says and whatever he does, that's all get lumped up into the definition of FBA. That's goofy. That's goofy. Really, really goofy. We reject that. He rejects that. And that's how weak they are. They cannot stand up against our reasons for delineating. They can't debunk or even counter argue why we're throwing away AA. So they just waste our time arguing things that's not even arguable. They're so desperate that the dream wanted me to lay out exactly how the payments will be issued to 43 million of us. Dude, how the hell am I know that? Oh no, just give me your opinion. Family, this is the desperation. He wants me to give him a wild, reckless opinion so he can clip that and put it on his channel and say, look what unbiased Ron say about how the payouts would happen if it was to come. And then he'll play me talking after he begged, which I didn't fall for, but had I fell for it, he would have begged for a random opinion, random guesswork on how the payouts would happen. But he would have a position like I'm being absolute, like I got inside information. Then he'll go to debunk that. Hey, dude, you know you talking to, my guy? Hey, those tether tactics do not work over here. Those tether tactics do not work. They don't work. Try again. They all fled FBA convo. These guys are afraid to address the most important things: the need for reparations, the need for delineation. not the side arguments, not the made up straw men. Anybody can randomly Google, which I'm gonna do for you. Let me do it for you. There's no way around this. There's no way around this, and they are mad. Okay, so this is the Google AI definition. So you think that these weirdos are smarter than the AI engine? So the AI engine has also took a look at Tariq's website, ADOS website. Look how AI define it. Foundational Black Americans, FBA, is a term for the ethnic group of Black people in the United States whose ancestry can be traced back to individuals enslaved in the American colonies and the U.S. prior to the abolition of slavery in 1865. Nothing about free stars here. So even Google AI know about Tariq's website and how he defined FBA and separate from his hypotheses. This is light work. It's a simple Google search. Okay, simple search. So that's why I advise y'all to always keep this in consideration. It's not about you and I. We're older. It's about the youth. Okay. It's about what's going to happen. You're going to make an argument, and the detractors are going to make an argument. The difference is that the youth, they're smart enough to go to their smartphone and then type in what I just typed in. What is a foundation Black American? And what's going to happen? The youth is going to say, damn, those FBAs are correct. Those other folks are unwise. I'm being nice. I'm gonna use unwise as long as I can to describe these haters, these detractors. Unwise. But the youth, so again, family, don't get caught up on your personal argument. You can't make an unwise person wise. Okay? All you can do is just encourage the youth to do what? Look it up. Their favorite phrase, look it up. And you know, the youth, FBA youth is unwrittenness. Okay? They don't come back like, nah, you wrong. Tell you wrong. You know, our youth they're fearless. They don't come back like, nah, you wrong. I just read it out. They're like, look, you know how the youth be arguing. Look. It says Foundation Black. Yeah, we know how our youth gonna do you. Once they pull that thing up and they see the AI definition, oh, it's a wrap for you. All this made up stuff, you know, but look it over here. They're like, nah, I ain't gotta look at nowhere. I see what it says. You know, I'm interested in this. Hold on, I'm interested in this. I'm interested in this. So that's why I say, family, that they have to go to arguments that we don't argue to try to change the narrative. That's why I say, nah, everybody I talk to, I'm going to bring them right to the top. Okay, right to the top. We're delineating, and at the same time, we're also making a claim for the past harm. The debt need to be paid. But so these arguments are together and they're also separate. Okay, so whether we get a check or not, we're still delineating and we're still FBA. Hold on. So I'm looking for a website in particular. Let's see if I can find it. You know what? Let me do this. This might make it come up. That's possible. We can the counter website misrepresenting us. All their counter arguments. There's like gazillion. You type in Foundation Black American, you think you will get representation, correct? You know, you'll get a whole bunch of hate on the net. So many personal accounts discrediting us. This is wild, yo. This is wild. And that's why I said I'm not willing to just argue. No, I'm not here or argue any argument. These arguments got to have some substance behind them. They got to be things we care about, like our toughest talking points. Have me argue about what I say and what I stand up for, not some lame, reckless position. Yep. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So no. We're not just gonna argue any argument or anything you disagree with what we say. No. That's making it sloppy. So what we're gonna do this year is present some straightening. Right? We're gonna take it back. We're gonna check up from the top. Hey, yo, that's the language that we're gonna use from now on. It's a basketball phrase. We're gonna check it up from the top. That means we're gonna get shit straight. So that's a phrase when playing basketball and people are arguing about a call or a play and causing confusion and don't want the game to continue. We just say, hey man, look, we're gonna check this up from the top. We're gonna get this shit straight. We're gonna add some order to this. We ain't gonna just argue about this play all day long. So for us, the phrase we're going with when it comes to our position on everything as FBAs, we're going to check it up from the top. And give me 1 second. 1 second. So yeah, we're not letting them just continue to play, right? If we call walk, if you do a basketball move that's illegal and we make the call, like walk. If you walk and we call walk, you can't just keep going to the basket and try to score. What we're going to say is we got to check it up from the top, my guy. You dig? Check up. You trying to score a basket and you just walked, check up. You trying to score a basket and you just double dribble, check up. You trying to score a basket and you just went out of bounds, check up. You trying to score a basket and you just committed a goddamn offensive foul, check up. You dig? So that's what we're doing, family. We're checking up. We're checking these clowns. We're checking up from the top. We're going back to how it all started. Why is there a need? Hey, Bias Ron, I want to ask you this question. Well, it better be about the top. Because whatever question that person asks, I'm going to check it up from the top. And all right, whatever. Let's check it up from the top. Let's check up from the top. And that's what I did to do. That's what I did to Tether Dream yesterday. And the dude, he 4T'd me. He 4T'd me. Twist, tiptoed, trolled, and tapped out. Because when you take it from when you check it up from the top, family, what you do is you demand them to be serious and you demand them to follow how we got here today. Okay, the origins of the phone call. Like, dude, why are you calling in? All right, okay, well, let's check it up from the top. And a tether will not be willing to do that. I'm telling you that right now. A tether is not going to be willing to check it up from the top. They want to keep the confusion going, all that. They ain't trying to check nothing up from the top. That's all. That's all. That's all. So that's the goal. No more, arguing every argument for show and content. Nah, we're going to go stronger this year. We're going stronger on signal boosting the message. And we're going to try to invite the youth in on this. Because y'all know, remember, when we were during the Black days, the Black era, right? So remember, during the Black era, the hip hop music represented the Black era, the black man, the black man. What did Kool Moe Dee say? He said, "I never ever ran from the Ku Klux Klan, so I shouldn't have to run from a black man." He didn't say, "I never ran from the Ku Klux Klan, so I shouldn't never run from an African American man." Self-destruction. No, he said the black man. Okay, so my point is, family, we get the youth involved in this ethno-political movement. They're going to add it to their music. They're going to add it to their online, whatever they're doing, TikTok gimmicks, whatever they do. Okay, that's going to be there. When during the Black era, before the African American invasion, during the Black era, the golden era, the Black era, the golden era. During the Black golden era, the music reflected Black. Our ethno-political stance reflected Black. Our economics reflected Black. Our resilience, our fights, our reconstruction represented Black. When we got freed from slavery before Emancipation Proclamation, those people were known as free Blacks, not free Africans, okay? These guys can't do nothing with us. And that's why they must troll, change the goalpost, move it, try their best to move it. That's what they do, family. They cannot have an honest dialogue. And when they come over here, what do? They all act like they're on meth, crystal meth. They be hyper, can't shut up, can't sit down. Like, dude, relax, man. Y'all telling me Tether Dream wasn't influenced yesterday or appeared to be influenced? Come on now. They do all that Egyptian stuff. Know thyself, and they got no self-control. You want to know yourself, How about focus on self-control first? How about at least know your, how about at least try to know yourself first? Try to know yourself first. Well, try self-control first and then know yourself. But they do that. They come over here and start ranting and raving from the beginning. It's like, yo, ho, ho, ho. They have no respect for us, man. No respect for us, whether they call themselves a Pan-African or a tether. No respect for those who acknowledge themselves as FBA. No respect for us. They call in our spaces and start going to ranting and raving, and all of us gotta mute them and block them and kick them off. They won't. They got no respect. So that's some other things we gotta make sure they're gonna have for us. Respect and order. Respect and order. Now you calling in? How you doing? Okay, cool. All right. What's your name? Okay, cool. And what's your problem? So once they state their problem, that's not a license to keep ranting and raving. All right, stop. You said your problem. Now stop. Then we got to mute them. Oh, you muted me. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm supposed to. That's called setting the stage, controlling, you know, the narrative of the live. You know, my live is built on a narrative and integrity. We're talking about something. So if you called in, your call-in should be about what we're talking about. Okay, so I can't let you talk about things that we're not talking about. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why Tether Dream crashes out different and worse than anybody else, because he's not like a fake Pan-African that pretends he studied history. He knows he never did. So that's the difference between a Tether Dream and a fake Pan-African, is that they the Tether Dreams of the world have never tried to study history or fake like they did, like a Pan-African. So he's always uncomfortable when we talk about history. And I mean, dude, when you gonna get it? This channel is built on history, about learning and knowing about history. What the hell else we want to talk about? We're representing our ancestors. That's history. We're FBA based on history. We're FBA based on history, my guy. We're not FBA because it's a new cool term to just, you know what I mean, to go with today. You might want to believe that, but that's not the truth. But I'm gonna be real. I think I know a lot. I think I can answer a lot. So the link is out there pinned to the top. Anybody, again, with questions about our talking points, they want to pretend they're confused and what we're saying and what we're not saying. If you think Tariq Nasheed is the leader, if you believe the definition is crazy and somehow other things tie in, you're not familiar with what a definition is. Yeah, man, you might want to consider clicking the link. You dig? Like they act like clicking my link is like the most scariest thing ever to do. Don't click his link. He know too much. Got a link. I got a call-in number. Hold on. We got a link. We got a call-in number. And Yeah, I might be. You know what? I'm gonna do a YouTube community post tonight for tomorrow. Because I might be shadow banned. I think people, because this is what happened with my other channels. They start to report them. Make false claims. Okay, so when they think you're a strong voice, that's what happens. They try to silence you. Okay, yeah, I'm biased Ron. Nah, we can't have him out here. We're gonna need other folks to represent that signal boost. I'm biased Ron, no sir. Okay, let me fix this headphones now that I got. Let's do that. I want to be hands free. Hold on. Oh, yeah, no, I'm good. Let me see. All right, let me see. Let's see. Can I be hands free? Yeah, I should be hands free. I'm gonna take my little walk. I cook on these folks. Yep. All right, cool. Now let me do my little walk as I cook. Hold on, make sure I got everything straight. I'm gonna read the chat comments in a second. Give me a second. Okay. All right, we are good. We are good. Hopefully, y'all were able to have a great welcoming of the new year. Okay. As you know, I brought the new year in with the family. I had water. I had pizza and water. Y'all want to know what I was doing to bring in the new year. All right. No alcohol. Not that I don't indulge. I just wasn't feeling it this year, this New Year's Eve. But now I want to see something. I want to see if my headphones microphone. I want to see if my headphone microphone can pick up without me bringing the phone to my mouth. Okay. So I'm gonna do a microphone check right about right now. A microphone check, and I want to read the chat. All right. Let me see how that microphone check played out. Okay, that ain't gonna go well. Okay, works. All right, so y'all can hear me. So at any time you cannot hear me, let me know. If I sound muffled, let me know, and I go back to what I was doing before. All right, so right now, this is the perfect time to read the chat. Should have my damn glasses. Where my glasses at? Oh, do I got them in my pocket? Please. Yes. The phone chat be tiny as hell. I got my glasses. All right, so let's read. I got my reading glasses on. Let's read the chat. So we got Emmanuel Brito said that's when they start trying to save face as if they were expressing, if they're expressing isn't asking for problems. Moonduck said we can't do no FBA set tripping. Y'all both FBA, right? How much you talking about the chat?
Yeah, so yeah, that's another thing, family. Like I said, I don't know y'all resolutions, but maybe you should consider adopting some of mine. And mine is to not argue with everybody who disagrees with what I got to say. So some things I say, and like when I go on about black, some of y'all disagree. Okay, I'm not making it law that you got to agree with me when I go over what's black, who's black, and all that type of stuff. That's just for people. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Like I don't make that a law. So some of y'all gonna believe certain things. Some of y'all gonna believe other things. But yeah, uh, I mean, but anyway. Don says, welcome to FBA News Updates. Smash the like button on your way out, your way in and out. Subscribe and share the stream. Exactly, man. Make sure you like the like button. Press the like button. As this channel is getting too strong and starting to face shadow bans. I've done that before with other channels. When they grew to a certain capacity, growing too fast. That's another thing too. Like this channel grew pretty fast. Y'all look at the subscribers to where we at now, it's ridiculous. Like it was an exponential growth in subscribers. I believe at the beginning of this year, I believe I only had like January of 2025. I believe, or February, whenever this channel was started, I believe I only had no, the channel was already started. I think I left it alone and came back to it. But I believe I only had a couple hundred subscribers. No, I know now. I had like 79 because I might have created this channel in December because I felt like my other channel was being shadow banned. FBA News and Updates. No, FBA Defensive Unit. So I created this channel just in case the other channel get suspended, whatever. So I created this channel, and a couple of folks came over here. I had like 79 subscribers, I believe, in early January, February of 2025, and we ended the year with 4,000 some change. So that is exponential growth for a single channel. If you look at our live streams, and you look at the likes, you look at how often I went live, the content, we were really, if you think about the people who came over here, yeah, Dennis Spurrier, everybody but Turkey Sheep basically came over here. So, you know what I mean? It's a powerful channel. It's making noise. So we start to hit the radar. I mean, we start to get the attention of certain people who have an issue with such a message. You dig? Anyway, that's just a fact. All right. Okay. So, Enlightened Dummy said, yeah, and I'm FBA, bro. Said I was iffy and I was going to try and set the shy straight, bro, but don't want to do that. I'm going to call him out. They're not around with it. Well, you say holds up regardless, so you be right. I'm Foundation Black American, but I can also be found pulling up. Okay, so let me see. That's when they start trying to cover that part. Okay, so Zachariah says, for a good example, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, they both were FBA leaders despite their nation of people being in the American nation. FBA Convo, keep the discussion going, FBA family. Thanks to all the FBAs in the building. And we had, gotta read different kinds. We had D-Light says, no, the next question should be to them, where you from, homie? Tiger Crane Shakir says, peace and protection upon it. Ron FBA, my fellow mods and supporters of the channel in the chat, expecting Tethered Dream to speak on Pan-African issues is like expecting Larry Elder to speak on Pan-Africanism. Yeah. So as I was saying, so right now I got the phone in my pocket as I walk. So I'm thinking the microphone to the speaker is catching me as I speak. So if I sound muffled right now, press 9 If you guys can hear me very clearly right now as I'm talking, press 1. If you can hear me very clearly right now, press 1. If I sound muffled any which way, press 9, and I will make the necessary adjustments. So again, press 1 if I sound clear. You can make out my words. I'm gonna finish cooking on these hater channels, and that's hell bent on defaming and changing the narrative. And I'm gonna explain why that's a good problem. Okay, I got 1 9, then I got another 9. All right. So some people say they can hear me, some people say they can't. Amen. All right. So now that's a good problem for channels who put FBA in their titles, even though they're hating, defaming, and misrepresenting. That's a good problem because these fools don't realize that they're helping to signal boost FBA. Because even though they're disrespecting us, defaming, misrepresenting, they're putting it out there for it to be a conversation to people who are unsuspecting. So those people who never heard of FBA, none of that stuff, our haters are some of our greatest signal boosters. Because people might not even tune in at all. Check it out. So these hating channels, they got FBA in their title. That's defaming, misrepresenting, all that stuff, right? When there is a suggestion box, the people will look at it and see FBA, and they probably won't even click it. Like, what the hell is that? So they're helping us put FBA in people's suggestion box. So now this become a familiar acronym they keep seeing. And then we just saying that one day they'll click that thing. What is it about? And hopefully when they do click it, it'll be somebody who represents the lineage the right way. Yeah, so keep out there signal boosting us. And what I'm gonna do is every video I catch, I'm gonna debunk it. You dig? I'm gonna use their same title and debunk it. So when they look up that video that's hating, they'll see mine right beside theirs. Same title. You dig? So they'll have a clean glass of water, which is ours, and they'll have the dirty glass of water, which is theirs. You know what? I did have the headset with the microphone. Now I think about it. So what I'm gonna take back, I should have got that one. Damn it. Those things was $150. I gotta take them back probably Saturday. Take them back Friday or Saturday. Either way, they gotta go. Okay. Yeah, so now we got Teddy Ruxpin. So most likely I'm gonna do a live on Teddy Ruxpin tomorrow. Like he is hell bent, and he's even more motivated because he's getting more views than he ever had. Like when he go live, he got like 300 views on there. But all of his videos got FBA. So he'll get like a little bit more at the end of the week or end of the month. So he's incentivized to keep going, to keep talking about FBA. But okay, cool. A Pan-African. Let's check this out, family. We got Pan-Africans who don't talk about Pan-Africanism at all. That is more confirmation is dead. We got Pan-Africans that talk about FBA all day long. If that's not confirmation Pan-Africanism is dead and nothing is. Pan-Africans, all they do is talk about FBA. We got tethered conservatives. All they do is talk about FBA. Nothing about the conservative party at all. No talking points, just FBA. So we got everybody. We got all the haters not talking about what they would normally talk about. They have a channel, and their channel was dedicated to talk about certain things. They went against that. They went against their articles of faith, and all of them are talking about what we're talking about. I mean, that to me, that's a loud win. That means that what their talking points and the things they represent have no value, even in their own eyes. They are hell bent to talk about what we talk about: lineage, reparations, delineation, right? Tariq Nasheed, FBA, that's all they talk about. So, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, he was on Sean Hannity's show one time, right? Sean Hannity, you know who he is. Racist dude, long time in the game. So he invited Dr. Khalid Muhammad, who was a member of the Nation of Islam. He was a national representative of Louis Farrakhan Nation of Islam, right? And so he thought, so Sean Hannity, like 30 years ago, did the tactic that these weirdos are doing now, right? So these weirdos who trying to misrepresent FBA, straw man us, gaslight us, dude, that tactic was already done 30 years ago by white supremacists. So Sean Hannity tried to set the stage for Dr. Khalid Muhammad that he's a race baiter, he's a hater, he's anti-Semitic, homophobic. He said all this stuff before Dr. Khalid Muhammad got to say one word, right? So he stacked the deck. He stacked the deck. Now, here's the problem when you stack the deck. In order to turn your audience justifiably against Dr. Khalid Muhammad, he got to become everything you said he was. Okay, but as a great strategist, as Dr. Khalid Muhammad was, he didn't do that, right? He took on a whole different position. He played chess with him. So now he's not reacting the way Sean Hannity want him to react in front of Sean Hannity's large audience. He's getting frustrated. So his callers are calling in and they're asking Dr. Khalid, yo, y'all should all look this stuff up. Matter of fact, I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm going to play and do a reaction to Dr. Khalid Muhammad on Sean Hannity, how those tactics do not work. They don't work. They worked against him. So he talked about him like he do us, stacked the deck. So he came on there and they're calling in to ask him questions, and he is articulately answering questions, historically, all type of stuff, where the callers are satisfied with the answers. So he's not coming off as this homophobic, this black supremacist, this hate white person guy. So they feeling like, nah, he's good money. And Sean Hannity is getting frustrated. He's trying to gaslight Dr. Khalid. Hey, man, ain't I the devil? And Dr. Khalid was like, well, I don't think you are, but if you think you are, then I can't argue what you think about yourself. You know, if my man was going hard on himself, trying to get Dr. Khalid Muhammad to agree with what he said about himself, right? So then he kept doing it so often that Dr. Khalid Muhammad say, Sean Hannity, do you want to be the Nation of Islam national representative? Because you are talking about yourself so great that we can't even do that. Like, you are very expressive when you calling yourself a devil, saying all these derogatory things about you. You saying it in a way where we never could say it like you. So maybe you got to take my place. I ain't doing my job as good as you. So Sean Hannity callers, the white people, start to turn on him because he kept trying to paint and frame Dr. Khalid Muhammad as this person that he was not representing or reflecting to those white people. So they were getting on him. So Hattie, leave him alone. You know what I mean? Oh my God, yo, his tactic worked totally against himself. So this is what these guys do today with us. They're framing us, they're stacking the deck, they're misrepresenting us, they're giving us straw men. And the minute we go to talk, we debunk all that shit and we get the people on our side. Okay, when I came on Sinetta TV, they were already talking about me. Now the show is my show. It's called Ron, Unbiased Ron, all throughout the title. But these guys are on the show before me, and all they doing is talking about me stacking the deck. Right. So when I get there, they're trying to poison the well. So when I get there, everybody's against me. Man, I get to talking, I get to cooking. Man, I did great over there. And the main guy, Unc, looked like a savage. So I never had to scream at Unc, yo, Unc, calm down, yo, calm down. Like this guy had a big grown ass temper tantrum. Yo, so I never like, yo, calm down, yo. So the whole time it was about poisoning the well with me and making me look crazy. And I ended up looking sensible, and Unc ended up looking crazy on Sunday TV. Threatening to hang up, threatening to get off the show. Oh my God, he went wild. So my message to you guys, the haters, is stack the deck all you want. Go ahead. Frame it how you want. Don't matter. Because we got loud voices in our spaces, and you guys are desperate to have us come and talk on your spaces. I get invited all the time on these different platforms that are nothing burgers. All the time. And when I'm bored, I pull up, but mainly I decline. Okay. But I pick and choose. I pick and choose when I'm going to hop on a panel of an op or not. And every time I do, I showed you guys with JJ. Yeah, I was doing so I was doing so well on JJ that he just let me just go like infinite time. Like, I mean, and then I messed up because I was using my phone when I called in, and I must have hit. I was on StreamYard, and I must have hit with my face, hit the damn button to end, the stream. But man, I got so much work done over there, explaining what ethnicism is, what it ain't, what's the point, delineating. I got so much work done. That his role for me on there, it backfired. I got so much done over there. Yeah, so it actually backfired. So I called in Unc channel one time, a bunch of pseudo people on the panel. FBA this, FBA Ron that. I call in, no smoke. Hey, what's up? I'm here. What's up? Crickets. FBA Convo, peace.
What up, though, Ron? How you been?
Year.
Happy New Year. What's up, happy FBA family? How y'all doing tonight?
Great. I'm taking my cold walk, and I'm doing some nights because so ever since Christmas, bro, I've been having a hard time sleeping. So I'll be trying to take this cold walk, hoping that I come back tired.
Yeah.
Usually last night we were live like 4 a.m., man.
I work out before bed. You know, that always just put me right to bed. I just do my little push-ups and calisthenic.
All right, because somebody said do push-ups, and I ain't doing them. I'll do them tonight.
Yeah. Knock out some push-ups right before you about to hit the sack and watch what happens. You're going to be breathing hard anyway because you worked yourself, and then you're going to just fall asleep quick. It just been happening for me. Hey, man, what's going down, man? The show is fire, you know what I mean? Don't be worried about nothing. I want to congratulate you on the debates that you've been having and the panels that you've been having with the FBA brothers on the panel, just dropping that knowledge, you know what I'm saying, getting everybody on code.
I appreciate it, man. Definitely feel good when I'm able to represent the lineage.
Yep, that's what I'll be doing over there when I be over in those Pan-African spaces, just defending the lineage, you know what I mean? Trying to defend the lineage, you know, trying to make sure that they can talk amongst themselves, they talking about me.
And then y'all call out that bullshit. So when y'all be on the thing and they say some retarded shit, like y'all set them straight in the chat, and they be looking like a fool in there. Like, yo, you just trying to
try not to get blocked. You know, I try to sneak diss them. You know what I mean? Because I know that I'm surrounded by Pan-Africanists.
They're not gonna, but they're not gonna block you. You're you are a valuable entity on there. That's why, like the Sabir Bays and the Professor Griffs, they never really grift. They never block us. They threaten. They never do because they know that they want an FBA person on in the chat.
Right. They got to.
Like,
you know, it seems like
we are the stars in there. Sarah 82, right. When they see, like, they believe their channels are validated when we show up.
Well, we post. That's true.
Yeah, I was on Mossy Warrior Clan thing, and they debating something totally different. Got nothing to do with the FBA.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They debating history of apples, whatever. And I come in there and I just say one thing. The whole chat is on me. Yo, so look, the whole chat abandons. Keep in mind, before I got there, they were commenting on the review of the debate review.
Mm-hmm.
I get there, all of them lost focus. They stopped commenting on who's winning the debate, whatever, debate review, and they all started talking to me, like either talking about me but I got all the attention from the desired attention, which was to focus on the debate review. It was hilarious, yeah.
What you talking about? Who was debating? What show was that again?
Mossy Warrior Clan.
Mossy Warrior. Oh, yeah, I ain't been over there. I don't know what that is, but man, yeah, man. Some of those clips that you be coming with, you got to give us the where you got that from, because I don't even think I'll be on that channel.
Yeah, so what they mainly do is argue, debate with apples.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. It's another channel. It's supposed to be like scientific, whatever. But here's the problem. And I'm gonna give them some advice. You might want to block that last video you did with that debate review, because he said something interesting that was like, that is legit pseudoscience. He was making a point about albinos. So somebody was on the panel and they asked about albinos, right? He was making an argument about albinos are just black. Like, and then he had used his case study, which you never do.
Okay.
He used his case study opinion on, have you ever seen a white albino? So he's going to base science on what you have witnessed yourself. That's not how science works.
Right.
A lot of us not seen a Milky Way or a falling star, but that don't mean it never happened.
Right.
A lot of us never seen a tree fall in the forest. Don't mean it never happened. So he said, have you ever seen a white albino? Now, I don't know about y'all. I seen hella white albinos, you feel me?
Yeah.
He said, have you ever seen a Chinese albino? I'm like, well, I've never seen one, but that don't mean it doesn't exist. So the guy had Googled real fast, are there white albinos? No, basically, does every race have an albino? He came back and was like, yeah, man, Google says there's albinos in every race. So now Sean, I was hoping he adjusted his argument. All right, cool, whatever. Nope. He said, he went back to his, have you ever seen albino? So my thing is FBA Convo, are these guys really scientific, literate? Man. Because once it disagrees with them, they stick to their regular position. It's like, dude, he debunks you. He read back that there are albinos of every race, including Chinese. Just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist.
Exactly.
But these are the same guys who claim to be scientific literate, which is funny as hell. But yeah, make that shit private, because I am gonna make a copy of that, bro. So I'm giving you an advance warning. Make that private.
Go get that clip so I can see that shit, because I missed that one. Go get that clip real quick.
Yeah. I don't want to do it to him, but he did make that crazy scientific pseudo claim. So that lookership, they call it.
Yeah.
So you might want to take that down before I get my hands on it tonight or tomorrow morning.
Yeah. It seemed like last week, I think we was on Unc and Dr. Mayat. So who is the new target right now?
Well, they're all targets, right? The thing is, all of them are irrelevant.
They are.
I'm very strategic. I know it's not about them. Like their names are irrelevant. Like Chief X said, they'll never be HOK celebrities. So I'm not about targeting a particular name. They're all irrelevant in the space. Like nobody,
they are.
Like I said, watch this. Nobody watches them for their content. The things that they said they want to do on YouTube, nobody watches them for that. They watch them for them to defame FBA. Now, my channel is usually called FBA News and Updates. So what am I going to talk about? I'm going to talk about FBA News and Updates. Their channel is called Pan-African shit, okay? But they don't talk about that. They talk about us. That's how irrelevant they are. That they don't even stick to what they agreed to talk about on their channels. So they basically deceived their listening audience.
Everybody you mentioned, you're right. They got FBA in the title.
All of them. So what I do is I'm just debunking the algorithms. I know that we can't let too many channels use FBA in their title and say negative, defamatory claims and statements. So I got to balance out the searches, because when a youth want to research FBA on YouTube, one of their channels might pop up. So what I do is I just balance out the scale, or try to. I say, okay, well, Google FBA, they're gonna have the shit videos, they're gonna have the real videos, right? Because I know, because I went to like look up something, I typed FBA, and a whole bunch of shitty channels popped up. I said, I can't have that. Yeah, so that's why I started to put FBA in all my titles. And then I put Tariq in some of my titles. I said, nah, hell no, we're gonna share this algorithm.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna let my youth click this to try to learn, and all they got is Teddy Ruxpin.
Hell yeah, yeah. We do learn over here. That's why I like this channel, because we do learn about our lineage and how to defend the lineage, how to be better out there when we out there trying to defend the lineage. Because if you FBA, you always want to defend your lineage, and I'm always over there in they Pan-African spaces. You know what I'm saying, defending the lineage. I was over there with Q Butter a minute ago. Q Butter, he know about you. He know about you personally. Same with Unc. Unc know about you too. And I appreciate the other day when you gave us the history lesson about, you know, that you and Unc, y'all have history. You know what I mean? I understand. You know.
So the thing about the history is this. The history is that Unc has seen value in myself and who I played earlier, ex-architect. Like he thought he figured me and ex-architect could take him where he needs to be, right? So we were the first recruits on Unc's channel. So before all those other guys you know right now, the Cedric, we were the initial target. Okay, the problem is when Unc wanted us to address a topic that or individual that had a position, he wanted us to debunk that guy, right, or that woman.
Right.
But when we look into it, we'll see that individual is actually right and Unc's the one that's wrong.
Dang.
So we like, yo, Unc, yo, you wrong. And so we try to pull him to the side, like, oh, you wrong, bro. You might want to leave that person alone. They're actually right.
Right.
Oh, nah. So we like, nah, we'll have him look at the information and he'll just reject it all. And then he'll go out there and debate that person and make himself look like a fool. And don't forget, Unc, by looking like a fool publicly and we're rolling with him, we look like a fool as well.
Y'all all like all the
right.
killers look bad.
Right. So at that time it was just me and X. It wasn't even nobody. All these new guys were new. Like they were our so-called replacements, and you can see they ain't do a good job because Unc was getting cooked in these debates.
Right.
So when we were there, Unc wasn't losing like that. Okay. No. So what happened was he couldn't make us yes men. He couldn't make us go with the narrative. Right. And the narrative. Right. And the narrative was that we're Egyptian. Hotep is our language. You're like, no, I'm not Egyptian. I'm not saying Hotep, and I'm not picking up no name. I'm not picking up no Egyptian name. So look, you got Asar Imhotep, you got Sanjeti, you got Unc Kek, and Dr. Maya. They all got Egyptian names. But when it comes to me and X, what's our names? Unbiased Sports and X the Architect. We refuse to buy into the whole Egyptian thing.
Y'all didn't want to get no Egyptian names? That's cold.
No, we didn't want to get down with a cult. We didn't know they were a cult because they were a cult that was under the guise of scientific literacy. So we thought this was a scientific community, right? But the whole time we end up finding out, like the movie Get Out, we end up finding out, oh, these guys ain't who what they say they are. They're guising it under scientific literacy, but they're really a cult who want everybody to believe they're Egyptian.
Wow. I mean, like I said, it's always some. It's always some. Like when they say
let me just add in there, get the full context. So once we expose that on live debates, right? It's on channel now and on my channel. Once we expose that, they abandoned the whole Egyptian thing. And now all of a sudden they're West African, and they all took on West African names. Dr. Mayat went to Dr. Oya, some bullshit. Up went to Bobby, what's that shit? Atunde. They all took on, they all abandoned the Egyptian thing and went to West Africa. I want to end it with that. But go ahead.
And my man's Teddy Ruxpin, that's the dude that saw it, right?
Yeah,
yeah, that's him.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah, he been eating that ever since we had that debate with what was that Dwan B and Sincere. I think he been eating ever since. It's crazy.
Yeah, but,
so you said that you can find him next.
Well, no. Well, first of all, bro, I already got an email. See, the thing about me, man, I got digital footprints. I called out every last one of these clowns.
One of them niggas.
Okay, look, not just a call out. We communicated.
Yes.
They said to email them, even the Wise. They got another guy called Wise Dome, something like that. Him too.
Okay.
All right, bro. I contacted all of them. They also emailed them. I already shared my email with Dr. Mayat. I contacted all of them. They all agreed to do something with me. They must have looked me up or asked about me, and then they all disappeared.
Wow. They must have talked to you amongst each other, like, oh, well, Ryan, and they just hated on you.
Well, of course. Now, if they sit there and allow Dewan B and Sincere the God come on there and debate, right? That's because I don't know their background in the space, but I do know that I know more about these people, right? Their backstory, and Dewan B and Sincere the God don't know. So it was like safer to talk to them and not safe to talk to me.
Exactly. You're right about that because you're right about that because you know them, man.
Right, but so see, the thing is, like that's the insecurity. I want to talk about the topic. So now we all got videos, bro. We all got videos. I got videos. Dewan B got videos. Afro got videos. We all got videos, but we all talk about different things, and we all got different missions. My video, my channel is built on exposés and debunks. Not everybody's channel is built on that.
Right. I give you that.
This is a debate debunk channel, bro.
Yep. And I want to try to figure out how you get more debaters out here because they in the chat and then we kind of squash them. But I mean, damn, you know what I mean? How can we get more people on the panel that want to debate round? That's what I want.
Hey, bro, that ain't gonna happen.
They flee.
That ain't gonna happen. Yeah, but that ain't gonna happen because nobody really wants to debate. Like, why would you debate a topic that you cannot win? So it makes sense to go after people you think don't know the topic, and you pick and choose like that. But notice that all these folks we named, which one of them called in frequency? Which one?
All I know is lost revenue.
Nah, but he came from here.
We ain't even made. You don't talk about him.
Revenue came from here. Okay, he was here first. I'm talking about the guys we just named, these so-called scholars and doctors.
Yeah, I think that's Sabir Bey called him.
Yeah, he got cooked. He don't count.
No, he had somebody call in. Sabir didn't never call in. He put
somebody
else to call in.
Bro, hey, Cavo, slow down. I'm talking about people who are respected in the space. We're not talking about random weirdos like Sabir, but we're talking about people respected in the space. The Mayats, the Asars, like these guys are respected in the space as intellectuals. We're not talking about random people, bro. We're talking about the people in the space that I just named, the people who are respected in the space. Why don't they ever call in his show to have a conversation? Why don't they call in Jason Black? Now you had Jared Taylor call in every week, right? You had some major, he called in. You didn't watch that?
No, I don't think I missed. I caught that one.
Dude, that's one of his most watched videos.
It was good. It must have been.
Go watch it, man. That's something you want to watch. That's nothing to talk about. That's something to go watch.
Jared Taylor. I'm gonna put that shit in the YouTube
Wait,
algorithm.
do you know who Jared Taylor is?
Nah, I don't even know him.
Okay, I think so. Because if you did, you wouldn't respond like that. You'd be like, "Word! Oh my God!" Jared Taylor bring in way more views than anybody you could think of in the Pan-African space.
Okay.
This dude was making like 750 grand a month at one point. Hey, what are we talking about?
Man, that's the grift right there.
Yeah, so he came on Tariq channel to debate him about does white supremacy exist and things like that. It was a good debate. That's not for me. I did 2 reviews on it, so you guys gotta just tap in and be well rounded, and in talking points, and not just what's popular, but totally be involved completely of our problems, not just a tether problem, but we also got white supremacy problem, and I think a Puerto Rican Dem had called in Tariq shit, and he cooked her on, I think it was an IG live. He cooked her too. But yeah, man, like we gotta be tapped in on all of our problems, not just folks from the continent or the Caribbean. Andrew Schultz. Do you see Andrew Schultz and Tariq?
Andrew Schultz, that's the white guy that yeah, I think Andrew Schultz. I really don't follow him either, but I kind of know who that
not
is.
my following. Not my yeah. Man, nah, like I said, like these Pan-African, these severe based small fries, man. Like you've been there, bro. Nobody watch, nobody know who they are. Like, yo,
I don't
the
watch the
first time I hear
no more.
Yeah, but you're missing the point I'm driving home to. I'm saying my chat have no idea who these guys are until you mention them. They're like, who's that? They're not on nobody's radar, bro. They've been online for 1,000 years, and they drew no attraction.
Right.
Okay, that's for a reason. That's for a reason. That means they're not attractive. Their videos, their education, their content, their swag is not attractive. The lineage doesn't rock with it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, bro, there's no debate. If there was a real debate, people be calling it. These guys got doctorate degrees, they got master degrees. If they thought we had a weakness, they'd be lining up to debate it and make clips out of the results. You got doctors, people with PhDs who are free to talk to a guy like myself. They got nowhere near the education of them. Like, you would think that's an easy win. Hey, let me call that guy. Let me call up.
Right.
Cook him real fast.
There's a lot of people that are against FBA, but you're right. They don't want to be over here talking about it. They want to set you up and have you go over there and travel over there.
They wouldn't even do that. Hey, bro, they wouldn't even do that.
Yeah, I saw that Sinetta. That was crazy that day.
Yeah, because I already done that. Right. I already done that. I pull up. They won't even be like, all right, one buys around, you come over here. They won't even say that. They don't want to have the conversation at all because they know their grift is over. Once you talk to a valid voice, your grift is over.
Yeah, I was in the chat trying to defend the lineage.
Because the first thing I'm gonna say is, yeah, but I argue differently than most people. I'm gonna bring it to the language. I'm bringing. Hey, man, we were black, right? How did African America come about, and why? Those conversations expose motives. Okay. So yeah, you bring it to the core of the argument, not to recent stuff that we talk about now. No. That's why I said I got a new angle. It's called the check up from the top. That's a basketball phrase, a free ball basketball phrase. That means no, we're not going to continue. If I call walk on you, we're not going to check. It's not a spot foul. We don't check the ball up where the call was made.
Yep.
No, we check up from the top. We start all over and we go to the top of the paint, the top of the key. So when you talk to these guys to have a serious conversation, you check up from the top. Why are you mad we're delineating? That's the type of stuff they don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
Why are you mad we're making reparations lineage based?
Right. Because if not, then they're gonna turn around and be some black nationalists. Yeah, so that's what happened.
Questions they're gonna dodge.
They over here talking about they want to change since Umar, they want to change the name of Pan-Africans. They know that's got a bad name, so they change the name to Black Nationalists. So if you hear that new frame, it's just a Pan-African in disguise, Black
Yeah,
nationalist.
A Pan-African in disguise.
It was a Black nationalist. They okay with they after reparations too, but they want reparations for every Black person. When the FBA only wants
which is
reparations
called,
for us.
Yeah, so the terminology is race-based versus lineage-based. There's no
Right.
such thing as a race. Okay, arguing for a race-based lineage reparations claim is like arguing why you should be employed as a scientist. Okay, you're just like you arguing why you should be employed as a scientist for some type of science company.
Mm-hmm.
If you argue why you should be hired as a scientist, do you think you'll go far with that argument? You think you'd support behind you if you argue why you should be a scientist?
Why I should be a scientist.
Yeah.
You would probably have to have the experience and shit to back it up, but if you just
But if
talking,
you
I
don't,
guess it's all talk.
if you don't, do you think you'll get support of the people?
Probably
right?
not.
Okay,
Probably
if you say, okay, let me rephrase it. If you made community posts, social media posts, saying that a science company is racist because you didn't get hired to become a scientist, do you think that would be a legitimate claim?
Probably not.
Are you a scientist?
Shit. If I in that scenario, you said no.
Are you a scientist?
No, not in real life. No, hell no.
Well, in what life are you a scientist?
And no, none of these lives. I only got one life.
Okay. Are you a lawyer?
Oh, hell no.
So would you make an argument? So if a firm didn't want to hire you, would you make the argument you're not hired because they're racist? Or would the reality be you're not hired because you're not a lawyer?
Because I'm not a lawyer. That's why.
Right. So if you make a race-based lineage, if you make a race-based reparation claim, that's equivalent to you saying a law firm is racist because they didn't hire you. Okay, it might have missed you, but just know this. Just know there's no such thing in world history as a race-based reparations claim. There's no such thing as that.
So that's how we gonna debunk these Black nationalists. We gonna tell them ain't no race-based reparation claim. All right, I got it.
Bro, they already know.
Don't have to revisit that a few times, so I can go ahead and take that to them and kick
their
ass.
Brother, they already know that though. So, but you just gotta expose them in front of other people. They already know that. They think you don't know that.
Right.
So you gotta say it to them in front of everybody. If you're in the chat, say it there. If you're at the panel, say it there. Be like, hey, are you guys for reparation, race claims or lineage based claims? Just get that out of them.
Yep. If they say lineage, I got them. But if they say race,
if they say lineage, you say, well, what's your problem with FBA? And you can say, well, why did? And you can say, hold on. You can say, what? Then why did all these Pan-African reparations movements always argue for race base? So it's a double loss. It's a double L. Then what's your problem with FBA? And then why did all Pan-African reparation groups argue for race-based claims?
Okay. I like that, Ron. Keep on visiting that race and that lineage base and see. I'm gonna pick it up. I gotta get a little tighter on that. If I'm gonna go ahead and start talking shit to these motherfuckers.
Yeah, and that's why I said you want to know the core arguments. You don't want to just argue any old thing, because then you're not making as much noise as you think you're making. You want to argue the core arguments, the ones they're gonna want to dodge and deflect from, and that's one of them. Hey guys, you guys believe in reparation, race-based or lineage-based claims? That's one.
Get them in the corner.
Do you guys believe the term African American is confusing or not?
Good one.
Is it
that was a good question.
Is it clear? Is it clear who is and who ain't between recent immigrants and us? Is it clear who is and who ain't? Like, these are the questions you want to hit them with, and this is where they're gonna like stumble and stutter.
What's up? My last question here is what happened when they say I'm Black too, and they got immigrant lineage, but they like I'm Black too. You can't take that word from me.
So you ask them they're Black in what sense?
Mm-hmm.
because we're black ethnopolitically.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you make that very, yeah, you have to write this stuff down. You want to ask them they're black in what sense? Because we're black ethnopolitically in the United States. What
Mm-hmm.
sense are you black? Because we're
Right.
definitely
They're
ain't
gonna
black
say
the
skin
same.
tone. Mm-hmm.
Okay, they're okay, cool. Then you're an adjective. We're proper now. So we're different totally.
Right. I like that. You an
We're even
adjective.
different in our blackness. We're even
Yeah.
different in our blackness. We're not black the same.
Yep. Okay. That shit sounds good to me. All right, then,
Hold
Ron.
on, hold
I'm
on,
gonna
hold
leave
on,
you to
hold on,
be.
hold on. No, 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 no. And then you extend the talking point. You could say, hey, what accomplishments did your people experience under the name black? So now you can say, hey, we fought in a civil war under black and we won our freedom. We started something called the Black Reconstruction era, where we started to become, right after slavery, we became governors and congressmen, and we built up strong cities that became to be millionaire cities like Black Wall Street. That's an accomplishment.
Like Wall Street. Yep.
We had national songs with the name Black in it, saying we're black
Black
and
and I'm
proud.
proud. Mm-hmm.
We had activists running around saying blackness equates to power. And then we had one of our strongest leaders at that time, Dr. King, saying he's black and beautiful.
Yes, I
Okay,
like that.
so
Yeah.
okay, right. So we have a bunch of history behind blackness. Then we had the strongest march ever in this country. We had the black, and we had the strongest demonstration, which is the blacks, not Africans, the black boycott. It's called the
Yep.
Black Bus Boycott. And then we
Yep.
had the Black Civil Rights Movement. So, what accomplishment, what achievements that you had that you guys have under the name Black?
Yep. Okay. So then, when I say that to them, I'm thinking that they gonna say something like, "But I'm still black though," and I'm gonna have to be like, "Nigga."
Hey, bro,
Mm.
listen, man, listen. And you just repeat the question over. You're Black in what sense?
Yep.
You
Yep.
you just explain why you just justify and explain why you're Black. Can
Mm.
you explain to me why you're Black?
You gonna say all of those things?
Well, and then you ask him what year did he become Black? Because we became Black in 1960. Okay, so what year
Right.
did you become Black? Okay, and they're gonna have to say in the 2010. Right? All right. Well, shit.
Yeah.
Okay, then now we know you're just cosplaying. You're Black cosplaying us. You're not Black because of your skin tone. You're cosplaying us. You are recently Black.
You recently
And
black, nigga.
and what would their immigrant homeland be? If you could just come off the top, just name any place.
Jamaica.
Okay. So ask them. Black is an ethnonym in America. What's the ethnonym in Jamaica? It's Jamaican. So how are you
Mm-hmm.
two ethnonyms?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I don't recall a black flag in Jamaica. I don't recall a black language. I don't recall a black country, black city, nothing in Jamaica to represent black. No black movements, no black, like I said, no black wins under the word blackness, no black
Yep.
accomplishment. And again, in what sense are you Black? This is a recent term you start to take on in about 2010. Matter of fact, maybe once Obama won as president the second time around,
Right.
they might have took on
Something
Black.
that we made popular, and y'all trying to destiny swap with us again. All right, we're gonna have to defend
Right.
the
So
we have to defend the
right. So
lineage.
it just goes back to in what sense are you Black? That's
Right.
all.
Okay. I'm just gonna
Because
remember that part, that
there needs
adjective
there
and
needs
noun. I like that part. I'm gonna remember
because
that part.
to become something, there needs to be receipts behind it. You know, like if a guy says he's blood, he's going to tell you when he got in, what did he do for the game. He's going to have receipts.
Yep.
But if a guy just became blood today, the other guy
That
might
nigga ain't
say,
gonna have no
well,
receipts. He gonna be talking about my receipts.
yeah, exactly, and he's not going to respect the same status. Okay, if a guy says he's an electrician, he gives his background, all the companies he worked for, and the company he built for himself.
Yep.
And you say you're an electrician too today, and he asks you, okay, well, who
What
you
you
work
do?
for? Nobody, right? He don't take you seriously. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yep. Yep.
Like you can
Yep.
say you're black, but the world doesn't take you seriously. The world believes you're Jamaican. The world believes he's Nigerian. The world believes he's Panamanian. You can say black all day, but the world doesn't take you seriously. They think you're just from your homeland.
Man. All right, man. I'm glad I called you today, man. I'm gonna talk to you again soon, man. Good job, man.
And the most important thing to do is invite them over here. Have
Hell
them
yeah, I'll
explain
be
their blackness
inviting
over
them
here.
over there. I'll be telling them, I say, unbiased Ron says hi, but
No,
Psycho, he
FBA
pissed
News
at
and
you.
Updates.
Yeah,
FBA News and
well,
Updates.
they know you as unbiased, and I do say
No,
FBA News.
but they know, but yeah, but unbiased don't ring the channel don't ring a bell. I have a channel called Unbiased Ron. That's not the channel I go to. So if you want to do some work, some service, you say FBA News. You can Google that and this channel pops up. You say
Yeah.
Unbiased Ron, a whole separate channel pops up. So you got to
Okay.
say FBA News and Updates. That's the channel.
Yeah.
Okay. Now people are
And that
fake
might get
mad.
more people in the chat to come through and check it out too, because I be talking shit to Q Butter and Psycho and them.
Well, Q Bud already came over here. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Psycho, whoever that dude is, like he's fake, man.
Yeah.
Nobody's really mad at me. People are fake mad to avoid a conversation, man. That's a tactic.
Yeah. Psycho say that he don't want to talk to you because you know that you gonna block him and mute him and shit like that. He don't like to
Okay.
have
Yeah,
conversations
but
like that.
okay. But nobody believes that. The revenue comes over here and talk as long as he wants. Nobody believes that. Q Butter came over and talked as
Yep.
long as he wants.
He
Okay,
did.
so nobody but Unc comes over. Unc never been muted and kicked
Yep.
off. Chef never been muted, kicked off, and Corey came over here twice. The first time I kicked him off, but the second time he flowed freely. Okay,
Yep.
yeah, that's a narrative, my guy. That's justification not to pull up. So
Yeah,
if
they
you're not
don't
going to
want.
me, if you're not going to talk to me, then don't talk about me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what's up.
Yeah,
All right, we out of here,
I'm
man.
on
We
the
gonna
phone.
check
I
it out.
don't even see you. Yeah, I don't even see you. Yeah, now go ahead again.
All right,
Oh
then
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
out. Go ahead. Y'all take it easy.
Yeah, that's it. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, so family, people like to rage quit, rage deny, make up reasons why I ain't going over there because he gonna block me. Let's stop. You dig? Like I said, the thing is when you come to somebody's channel, you come with respect, humility, and willing to engage in a dialogue. You don't come to my channel believing you have rights. You don't come over believing you're entitled to something. Okay? So a lot of these guys, they come over here and act like they're my co-host. So that right there, I'm not gonna let slide. All right. So that's why they end up getting kicked off and muted. Like you're not my co-host, my guy, you're a guest. And check this out, family. They're coming over here unannounced. It ain't like they emailed me and we planned this. They're a random calling. This ain't no planned dialogue. They calling in on the fly. Yeah, so that means I have something I'm talking about. We're going to speak to that or get off. Or you can ask to speak about something else, but you can't call in just ranting, throwing a temper tantrum. That's not going to work. But no, we have order here. The same way I call in the other folks' panel, I'm like the most professional person. I'm like the most cordial. You dig? Thank you. Yeah, I'm like the most cordial. I show them how to be a guest. I don't call into my channel acting like we're equal. I'm entitled to let me talk. They all do that, and I've been like more passive than anybody else. So I start to have the same energy for these folks as any other podcaster would have. You can't go to nobody's channel acting entitled, act like you're a co-host, and you're gonna change the topic. You're gonna ask questions. You're not gonna answer. No, you call in. You at my full mercy. Okay. If you call in, you're at my full mercy. I asked that fool a question he couldn't answer, and to deflect from trying to answer, hey, can I ask you a question? I boot him off. I kicked his ass so fast, man. I didn't broke that Dallas Cowboy kicker record. I kicked his ass so far off this channel. I asked this fool a question. He can't answer it. So hey, let me ask you a question. Like, are you serious? I kicked that motherfucker. I done broke that cowboy record. I kicked him off so far. Dig, where they do that at? Yeah, I call it one guy podcast. He tells me you can't ask no questions. I even played the review. I did a recap over here. He told me part of the rules coming on his podcast is to ask no questions. I gotta just answer questions. So I said, all right, bro, same energy. When you come to my panel, same thing. You can't ask questions. You're gonna answer questions. He said, all right, all right, all right. I'm over there. They trying to ask me the toughest questions. I'm answering them all easily. Podcast, I'm off. It's over. He comes over here. Like I said, a lot of these guys be on crystal meth or something. They come over here super, I don't know if they just nervous, but super upbeat. Hello. I'm like, yo, calm down, calm down. But then he hangs up, right? No, he cusses me out. Then he comes back on like a few days later, like a little more calmer, but still upper, like I said, like crystal meth. I'm like, yo, calm down. I got a question for you. I said, question for me. I said, yo, you forgot the agreement? I came to your podcast. I asked no questions. I just answered them. Well, you're on mine now. Remember, you're supposed to just answer questions. Ask, oh, no. Kick his ass off. So I'm sure he's fake mad at me too. How that works, man. You call somebody home, right? Not just a podcast. If I call your guy's phone number, I'm at mercy to you. When you call somebody's phone, you're asking to cut into their day, to their time. You're at their mercy. You want to communicate with the person you called for a reason. So, in order to communicate correctly and properly, you're going to be on your best behavior, or they're going to hang up on you. You dig? It's no different in a podcast, radio show. You can't call in just ranting. No, bro. And they get mad when we give them some straightening. They get mad or fake mad. It's called fake rage. Oh, I ain't gonna call in over there, but I'm gonna talk about him like a dog while I'm over here. And I'm gonna do fake sparring sessions. Yeah, if a Mars Ron say this, I'm gonna say this, and I got him. And then if he say this, then I'm gonna say that, and I got him again. So I'm 2-0. And then when he say this, I'm gonna say this, and I won again 3-0. He's out of here. All these fake analysis, like what will happen. Yeah, why don't you just call in the show? Oh, nah, I'm mad at him. Yeah, okay. You just know that shit ain't gonna work. all that what you said, you know that ain't gonna work. So you fake mad to avoid having that conversation. You know that shit. You know damn well it ain't gonna go like that. And what they do is they don't want questions to be asked because they know they can't answer. That's why the first thing they do is they call in my show and say, I want to ask you a question. And for the most part, don't I let everybody just question the hell out of me? Yeah, I'm like a pinata to everybody who call in. I make myself vulnerable as hell. Go ahead. Tee off. Go ahead. Swing as much as you want. And I'm just blocking like Mayweather. I'm deflecting their punches like Mayweather. Because on topic, not off topic, on topic, on our strong arguments, there's no question they can ask me that's going to be effective. That's going to debunk anything we stand on. That's why we're so confident. Go ahead, ask the questions. And a lot of the questions be bad faith. They be stacked questions, like stupid. Like, are you serious? They got like 12 bullet points in one question. Like, no. Ask me one question at a time, one bullet point. Because when they come over here, we're going to check it up from the top. And they only could come over here. Because you got other folks that's doing FBA content who are doing great numbers, but guess what? They don't take call-ins like that. You can't address them. and they're strong voices. So they're like really stuck just calling me when it comes to like a strong voice in the space. They're like stuck, damn, we try to avoid nobody's wrong. Damn, nobody else taking calls. Shit. All right, well, look, let's drink some of this liquid courage. Let's take some of this liquid powder. And let's just call in. That's exactly how they call in. Hyper as hell. Out of their damn mind. So what we want is a call in, right? No excuses, no muting. Oh, they muting me. Yeah, you're over talking. Well, like they really believe that there is no reason at all for them to get muted or kicked off. And no, man, this ain't that. This is not that. Kick your ass off in a heartbeat. And you got to remind them as you kick them off, like, dude, you ain't the content. Like, yo, this video is going to do what it do regardless of your appearance. You ain't going to add to no extra views, nothing like that. My guy. So tomorrow morning, I'm going to play a recap. And I talk to a fool who's trying to make himself popular all of a sudden, the proper perspective. I'm a complete nut. Now all of a sudden he's a doctor. Like this dude went and studied some Pan-African studies, got some fake ass degree, and now he's a doctor. Like, okay. All right, doctor. They all doctors now. Dr. Seuss. But not for real. But seriously, they all become doctors. And they use that word to intimidate you. I remember Unc kept promising me that he's going to call in my channel with a bunch of doctors, with a bunch of people with doctorate degrees. I'm like, hey, bro. Never did. You know why? Because they don't agree with him. He tried to do a presentation on Dr. Mayat's show how African American isn't confusing. It's a proper term for foundational Black Americans. In the midst of his presentation, she stopped him and argued our talking points. He said, you don't see it? Right, he's going in, yeah, so African American, right? If you look in the dictionary, the judge look in the dictionary, the judge look in the dictionary. This dude said the judge looks in a Merriam-Webster dictionary. We're talking about court, legalese. His analogy, if a judge looks in a Merriam-Webster dictionary, that is suffice. Now that is a bar. That's a moment right there. This is how unwise they are. If a judge, he thinks judge is looking to the Merriam-Webster dictionary to lay down law and to like look over cases. If a judge looks into the Merriam-Webster dictionary, he was going to that. She cut in. Yeah, so if a judge is looking to Merriam-Webster dictionary, he'll see the definition of African American, right? She said, ho. You don't see the problem with African American? No. You don't see how it's too broad? Recent immigrants, this is Dr. Maya talking to him. She said, guys, just let you know that me and Unc be on the phone debating this left and right. And this is his expert. This is his doctor, right? That he don't consider. So his doctor agrees with us. Matter of fact, I gotta make that quick. I got it in my intro, but I'm gonna do a different intro. I'm gonna do a different intro. This is gonna be dope. So I'm gonna show how all of their babas and elders and doctors agree with us and call themselves FBA. I'm gonna find a video where Dr. Mayat called herself FBA. So Unc, everybody who say they're FBA, Tariq's their leader? Yeah. So Tariq's Dr. Mayat leader too? Is she in the cults? Like it just, Like they open themselves up to get beat like that. So your well-respected doctor, is she in a cult too? With a cult leader? But he's forced to, he has to say yes. I remember when Tethernew called in and I said, Tethernew, you believe since Tariq Nasheed created the acronym FBA, he's the leader of everybody who says the FBA, right? He said, yeah. I said, so Baba Smalls call himself FBA. Is Tariq his leader? Now look, he looks at Brett Tethernew looks at Baba Smalls um as his elder. So I said, so Baba Smalls called himself FBA. Is Tariq his leader? He was like, yeah. So I said, your respected elder leader is a co-leader. He was like, yeah. Like this is their dumb logic. Their logic does not come full circle. It stops every time. Their logic never makes a circle. When you challenge their logic, it always make a U, an I, some other letter. It never comes make a full circle O. It's stupid logic that they stand on. They won't go against it because it'll show it didn't make sense. So they'd rather look dumb and not make sense than to just admit, okay, yeah, I ain't think that out. Okay, well maybe he's not. I mean, you can make another argument without it being Tariq the leader because he came up with an acronym. Because when we talk about Jesse Jackson, an African American, now all of a sudden those rules don't apply. Oh, now he's the leader because African American was used once or twice in the 1800s and 1700s. It's like, yeah, but that definition wasn't the same as Jesse Jackson. You see, Jesse Jackson reintroduced African American and gave it its own definition that wasn't the same as the definition those folks used in the late 1700s, 1800s. So this is his own word because he got his own definition behind it. So now watch this. What about Pan-Africanism? Because they say Tariq Nasheed is a leader and everything he say on behalf of FBA is written in stone. Okay. So by default, all of you guys are Pan-Africans under Marcus Garvey ideology. And they'll all say no. Like, wait a minute. The definition of the movement Pan-Africanism during the early 1900s was about repatriation. But all of them would distance themselves away from Marcus Garvey. Like, yo, all of their talking points, all of their major things are contradictory. The argument they make for Marcus Garvey, I'm sorry, for Tariq Nasheed making us all cult members and the leader, that same argument, when that same logic is brought back to them via Marcus Garvey, they will all run from, that's what I say, their logic never comes full circle. They will run from their own logic. Marcus Garvey is the face of Pan-Africanism, the same way they try to make Tariq Nasheed the face of FBA. So you ask him next question. Hey, Yvette Carnell came up with Adolf. Is he the leader? Yeah. Okay. Melvin Charles, Black American Heritage Flag. Was he the leader before? Was he the leader before everybody else? Kwame Ture said Black Power. Was he the leader? It's just stupidity. So the white man said Negro in color. Was he the leader of fucking idiots, man? It is. And it's bad. Because look what we're doing. We got to end up embarrassing melanated people all over the internet, making all of us look vulnerable. They be like, damn, they that dumb? Why should the privacy be like, damn, they that dumb? All right, well, let's try to let's try some shenanigans. This might be the time to try shenanigans. They that dumb? Let's try the old shenanigans again. See if they work now. Voter suppression. You know what? They're that dumb. Let's bring back Jim Crow. They might think it makes sense now. That's how we sound. That's why they could take Nicki Minaj off her couch and be Team Turning Point USA. The new she takes Charlie Kirk place. Nicki Minaj, never in her history being in front of the world, never in her history was she ever taken seriously before. She was a character, this crazy rapping female character, wide eyes, changing her voice. She be rapping, yeah, and I'm Nicki, and I'm so pretty, and I'm like, ooh, change her voice deep as hell. Y'all forgot about that early Nicki Minaj? And be rapping all girly. My name is Nicki. I'm so pretty. You can eat my feety. And then all of a sudden, I'm a she should change her voice. Like, yeah, we all thought that was like crazy. Like, what the? And then she stopped doing that. I guess her producer, somebody got in the air like, yo, don't do that, y'all. You're scaring the kids. You are scaring the kids, Nicki. Does anybody remember that early stage of Nicki? They make her voice sound like a damn Cookie Monster in the midst of the same rap, the same 16. So she's like an innocent girl to a damn grown ass stud. Yeah, so nobody ever took Nicki ever seriously. That chick started off in hip hop as a weirdo. Her producer, her stylist, all these people in her ear redirected her, gave her a different direction, and now she's just feminine. Right? Still was never taken seriously, and they recruited her because they felt like she has a large influence over people, women specifically. They can like join and support and donate to Turning Point USA. Alt-right racist group, anti-FBA talking points. I ain't gonna lie, it is cold as crap. And the wind ain't blowing. That's what degrees is it right now? That was a lie. Well, it didn't really lie. Shit. So I'm gonna take that. I took the walk, almost there. I'm gonna do those push-ups and see if that helps out. I would love to be knocked out right after those push-ups. I'll be back on schedule, my regular sleeping schedule. Because waking up at 3 o'clock, PM ain't working. Yeah, man. Yeah, so FBA Combo, I want you to rewind this video, the part you called in about what to ask them, and write that down so you don't mess it up. Because you could think you were quoting what I said, and this is how misquotes happen. Because I said a bunch of stuff, right? So you'll go there on a panel or in a chat and say, well, FBA Ron said this. And it wasn't entirely what I said. That's why y'all want to repeat my talking points, please repeat my talking points verbatim. Don't paraphrase. None of that. Say it exactly the way I said it. In what sense are you black? What historical ties you have under this blackness, right? What accomplishment, what achievement, what struggles did you have under this blackness? Okay, and give case in point. We had Black Reconstruction. We had Black Wall Street, Black Panthers, the Black Civil Rights Movement, Black banks, the Black Muslims that end up being the Nation of Islam, the Black Muslims. Okay, so this is a real term to represent real people in real time. Black, free blacks, free black. That's going back to 1700s. Free blacks. So you're black, then you should be able to do the same thing under blackness. Because you can for sure do it under Nigerian. You can for sure do it under Kenyan, right? You can talk about some Kenyan historical moments where political movements and wins and losses. You could talk about all that stuff under struggles under Kenyan. But you guys can't do that under blackness. So that's why we say, in what sense are you black? You got people who migrated to the UK. It wasn't forced migration. It wasn't chattel slavery. These guys migrated to the UK recently in 2010. Migrated to UK, to Canada as Nigerians. And then as soon as they get there and get some type of, citizenship or whatever rights that they have to stay there, they try to low-key remove Nigerian and take on Black Brits. Like, what? That ain't how that shit works, my man. That is not how that works. You are a Nigerian British person. I mean, literally gets there in 2010 and in 2011 and 12 start calling themselves Black British, no longer Nigerian, no longer from the Yoruba tribes. Like, you think that's what we did? I know you lying. If you think that's how we became black, I know you're lying. We had mass movements under the name black. We had mass accomplishments under the name black. We had massive struggles under the name black. We are not the same. I don't know what sense you're black, but it ain't what you think it is with us. We collectively did things under black. National movements under black. We've been discriminated, together as collectively as black, under black. How the hell does word apply to you, my guy? Just be real. You took it because you're trying to tie yourself into our experience and history in black. So I played that white guy, that funny looking white guy, who said Obama is not a descendant of slavery, right? Then he went on and say, there's many people saying he has not undergone the black experience. You see? So even a white man knows you're not DOS and you didn't undergo the black experience. And the black experience don't start off by some random Karen calling you the N-word or some job discriminating. That's not the black experience. Okay? The black experience is that your line suffered U.S. chattel slavery, Jim Crow, and were deprived of all of these programs and monies that were offered to white people. A system that was designed to hold you down and lift up white people. Hold you down. I'm talking your entire line, not you, the person, the individual. Okay? If you didn't experience that black experience, you're not black in America. I don't give a damn what government form you got to fill out to get benefits, whatever. You dig? Yeah, I mean, kudos to you for being able to take advantage of some monies and resources that's allocated originally for us. But just because you're writing that down, checking that box, you guys end up thinking you're that. And that's the confusion. That's the main reason why we're saying we must delineate to make it official. And we also stop the gotcha games with white supremacy. See, with white supremacy, they'll act like they got these allocations, these money allocations, and resource allocations for us because of what we went through in this country, our Black experience. But they'll have access to these things under the names minority, colored people, African Americans. You feel me? All of them are exclusive to recent immigrants. And even white people, colored people, minorities. Think about all the terms that they include us in. All of them are equally for recent immigrants. So what is the difference between colored people, the people of color, the correct terminology? What's the difference from the people of color and African American? Like, what is the real difference? No, not gonna work, man. We're wise, we're awoken, we're standing together, we're standing strong. Black power. You dig? FBA power. Oh, it's a friends group. Yeah, this is their white handlers trying to look. This is you can look at it this way. Politicians, lawmakers, the people who are looking at us feeling like, okay, it's a force to reckon with. Well, let's adjust and let's listen to some of these demands. Let's, try to meet them halfway. So these people who are speaking against us, acting like we're not a power in itself, we're a friends group that's going to disappear next year. This is possibly making people who can move the needle not move the needle. Okay, so we got other people that look Black saying this ain't to be taken seriously. It's gonna go away. All right, so we ain't gonna address none of these claims. Okay, all right, fine. Let's just wait. Because these other so-called Black people saying this group is a cult. They're gonna go away anytime. Like, you gotta really look at it like that. You gotta really look at it like, yo, are these people sent to undermine and sabotage where people who can move the needle don't move the needle, don't talk to us seriously, do not, address our claims, because you got other people who look like us, cosplaying as us. Some of them probably are us, right? They just docs, dusty off-code coons, the domestic off-code coons. And that's why I say, no, we can't let one of them fly with that disrespect. We gotta attack and address every last one of them. Individually, collectively, no, we can't let none of that go, because that would be justification to not take it seriously, not take our claims seriously, and not address us. No. Every last one of y'all would be called out, and ain't no reverse pivot. All this off-code talk people are doing, when they see it ain't going the way they thought it would go, ain't no reverse pivot. Hey man, what's up? What's up? B1 baby. B1. Okay. Better go B1 white supremacy. You dig? B1 talk over here. They go take yourself to your handler. Yeah, you will not be included in our spaces, man. I'm gonna be the major voice making sure that does not happen. I'm showing you old videos. Nah, look at this. Look at this. He's only coming around because their strategy folded. It didn't work. We became stronger. We grew exponentially in numbers, and we're getting shit done on behalf of the lineage. No, that's the only reason why he's over here now. He has conceded defeat. She has conceded defeat. No, stay over there. You will not be invited to our spaces. I'll make sure that happens. I'll be a leading voice showing their clips. And whoever accept them in the spaces, we're gonna look at them funny. Nah, bro. It's called accountability and consequences. You was against the new modern civil rights movement. You was hoping it never, was successful. We can't reward you by inviting you to our spaces. Nah, I said, bro, you got to hold the L. Like, for example, those Confederates that fought against the country, they had to hold the L. They got backspace. They no longer here. During that time, they got backspace. They got their possessions repossessed and all. Yeah, nah, no. You got to wear this L, my guy. My woman, you got to wear this L. We got to show that accountability is real. And they know they're wrong because they're debating us. They're sitting there trying to go through our arguments, trying to find weaknesses, and try to focus on like the gray area, what they believe is the weak point of our argument. They're trying to argue that. Okay. So the 3 stars. Okay. So Abels and this. Okay. We're gonna debate that. Oh, reparations. Okay. So who get paid? Do you get paid for yourself, or do you get paid for yourself and your granddaddy, or does it go towards the siblings and it be divided among the siblings, or do the mother get it and she divided or that? Like all these dumbass questions. They're trying to find weaknesses in some of our talking points and use that as what they attack. No, it doesn't work. Don't worry about it. You ain't qualified. You ain't eligible. Don't worry about it. I feel uncomfortable telling this to somebody who's not eligible. And then, again, that's like us asking an illegal about their citizenship status. And we're clearly American. You dig? They're gonna look at us like, nah, bro, I'm good. You make me uncomfortable. What's my citizenship status? You coming off like you one of them. You about to call ICE and shit. Nah, I'm good. Don't worry about that. Well, that's how we feel when somebody who ain't eligible starts to ask us very specific questions on a payout. Sound like you trying to line me up. Or you trying to, it sound like you got my account number to my bank. You trying to make sure, nah, I don't know. You trying to dot some I's and cross some T's. Nah, I'm good. I ain't gonna help you line me up. Siphon out some money that's designated for myself. No, sir. No, ma'am. So okay, so you don't get it. So your granddad get it, right? Okay, cool. So let me go in your granddad's trash can and find some bank account information. That's a type of dream. Yeah, because if you don't get it, is it your father or your mom or your grandmother? Okay, so your grandma get it, right? Okay, so when she get it, will it come to her house in South Carolina or will it come to her house in New Jersey? Right, writing that shit down. Okay, so now, just based on projection, you think she'll get the check in 2030 sometime, or you think it'll come 2028 type shit? Hey, Nick, are you serious, bro? Ninja, are you serious? Gonna help you make me a lick? Help you finesse me? So is your grandma, she's still banking with America, or she Wells Fargo? Like what's going on? Does she still got crypto, or does she got what assets she got, man? Like, are you serious, man? I get some inside information to line me up with fraud. And then I go to claim a fraud case, and they're like, man, it's your fault. You didn't told them all that stuff about yourself, man. We ain't about to investigate this. You do it, and you catch them, and we'll handle them after that. You dig? Let me read some chat. I am out. Let me read some chats, and I am out. I made it through that cold weather though. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna do that again. That shit's too cold. Hopefully it worked though. Hopefully do a few push-ups and hopefully go right to bed. All right. All right. Look at some comments and we are out. The only real Americans are copper colored. Everyone else are foreigners. So, and then we got, ain't she married to a Chester? Nikki was sounding like a possessed demon chick in the videos and in real life. And all along, she was a tether and we were blind. Yep. So we should know something was up with her. Yeah, so I wasn't lying when I said she sounded like a damn possessed demon. After Turning Point USA, she really is not going to ever be taken serious, right? I can easily see a janky Pan-African movie. Got all the characters, got the story. Everybody 15 today. Happy birthday, Tether. Oh, that's what y'all talking about when y'all said whose birthday is. That is hilarious. January 1st. That is hilarious. That's the role he said billions of Africans' birthdays. That is hilarious, yo. They only use FBA for the clout and to bait potential watchers. Yep. Building as a new target. That's all of them. What was said. Yeah, so the chat was going in. I wish I could if we could get off our asses and build something material. Well, Golden Brown, there's a reason why FBAs are on their asses. Okay? There's a reason why. And that reason is called two names: white supremacy and systemic racism. That's a real thing. That ain't fake. That's not an illusion. That's a real thing. You know, when people get off their ass and they work hard and they get arrested, they get beat down by a cop, or they told they don't belong here, or they get lynched because of sundown town, you know, or they just get flat out discriminated against. Golden Brown, that is called oppression. And when you're oppressed, Golden Brown, you become, that's a real issue. It's a real issue. It's a real mental illness. Some side effects, you become lazy, you become, you want to sleep. When you're oppressed, you're not the most active person in the world. You're the most inactive person in the world. So yeah, man, you gotta stop. Now that position is kind of like conservative. That position is kind of conservative, is giving conservative vibes. If you get off their ass and do something, yeah, that's a conservative position. Okay, somebody put us on our ass. Golden Brown. That's the point of reparations. That's the point. See, some of y'all are talking our talking points but don't understand them. The fact they go to Brown, the fact that we're on our asses is more evidence that reparations is due. Somebody put us on our asses so far on that couch that some of us don't want to even get up. We don't have the energy to get up. Okay, that's called oppression. Yeah, but that sounds like a conservative talking point. You gotta be careful. I'll be telling you guys be saying stuff but don't know the root of the talking point. Just because you don't know the root doesn't mean there's not a root. And for those that know these talking points, we can't help but to just to connect the dots. And that might be an innocent statement, but the fact that you said something so ambiguous that we need to tie, that we just naturally tie it to where it belongs, which is the origins. And the origins of that talking point is from the conservative. That's a Charlie Kirk talking point. Go to Brown. Now, just because you don't know that doesn't mean it's not. And more so, go to Brown. That is a Myron Gain talking point. Okay? What you just said in the chat, that's a Myron Gain talking point, and that's a Charlie Kirk talking point. So you're not in good company talking like that. Now, there's something called self-accountability, Gordon Brown. Now, I don't know how old you are, but I know you're not a young spring chicken. That means that you're at least over 40. So you are responsible for why so many FBAs are asleep. What did you do in your lifetime that you went all out to make sure FBAs get off the couch, fight oppression, fight suppression? So a lot of the outcomes are our fault directly. Yeah, so no, you got to look in the mirror. Ask that question and look in the mirror. Why are so many FBAs on the couch and not doing nothing? Go ask that question in the mirror. Ask it 5 times, and then your mirror going to talk back to you. It's going to point to you. Ask that question 5 times in the mirror, and your reflection is going to point right to you. That's what's going to happen. Built to ask. That name is funny as hell. Yeah, but I don't let nobody like act like they're not the reason why, especially older people. All of us got a part in why we're not doing the things we need to do. Now we're not the sole reason, because there's something called white supremacy, systemic racism, but all of us could have done much better. Okay, but that doesn't matter. What matters is we're doing it now, Golden Brown. Stop looking at the past, because you're involved in that. You can start over now. Okay, turn over a new leaf now and get involved in these spaces. Either physically get out there and do something, or get involved in these spaces and help spread the word. Get on your Facebook account, your TikTok account, your social media account, and start talking about some of this stuff. Because I hear you say that often in the chat, and you never call in, by the way. You never call in, but you always say that. And it's like, all right, well, you don't want to answer a response. You're just rhetorically speaking. And to me, that comes off as pessimism. I'm somebody who's like completely optimistic. And I don't like pessimism talk when it comes to lineage. I don't like that. And that's for anybody. Oh, no. All that pessimism? No, I don't respect pessimism at all. I'm very optimistic. I respect optimism. So you should be thankful for all the FBAs who are waking up, because it could be a whole lot less. It could be a whole lot less. That's that conservative talk, man. Family, I appreciate y'all. It's time to go, man. Happy New Year's to all everybody. Those who are against our talking points, grow some courage, or at least drink that liquid courage, sniff that liquid powder courage, and call in. Okay, we want to hear you. We want to hear, what do you agree with that's important, not some random 3-star stuff. What do you disagree with that's important? Okay, because the definition is the definition. Peace. I appreciate all y'all. I love you guys. Happy New Year. New Year, we'll be kicking the same old